Yeah, we all know. And actually, maybe this is a time to then point out that, unfortunately, this is where the kind of disparate makeup of the Caribbean plays a role as well. Because as much as I can say to you, okay, let's fast track, I should say, Nicholas Pooran into the Test side, there are different islands where there would be outrage at how somebody managed to essentially not play any first-class cricket and jump straight into the West Indies Test setup. But then I would say Jayden Seales played one first-class game and is now arguably the shining talent of our bowling attack at 20 years old. He's gone straight from the under-19 World Cup team into the West Indies Test team. So you've got to be able to, if you are a team like the West Indies with the limited resources you have, not too dissimilar to New Zealand, you've got to think outside the box. You can't run your structure the way England, Australia and India are able to run their structure, because you don't have the setup and the flexibility to do that.
Also, Jayden Seales, his one first-class game was for West Indies A. It wasn't even for his local team. Let's talk about the podcast a little bit. It's a fantastic podcast, because for someone like me who tries to cover world cricket, not having West Indian cricket writers out there means I have to go and do all the research myself, which is fine. But there's a lot of, YouTube footage of Craig Brathwaite to look through when he was 13 years old, knocking the ball off his pad around the corner. Having you guys come through, it's basically... I'm going to say it's a semi-professional hobby for you at this stage. You've got a Patreon page where people can support you. You sell merchandise, although I can't help but notice you didn't bring in anything for me.
No, we sold out. It's all gone. I'm not even wearing it myself. I'm useless at this.
But you guys are really trying to turn this into, if not a profession, then at least a well-funded second profession.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think you're spot on there, actually. When it started, we had no idea how much it would grow. I think that's fair to say that. And as time has gone on, as you pointed out at the start, yes, there was the lockdown, but actually as time has gone on, what it's shown us is there are people out there who want to know about what's going on in West Indies cricket. And that probably more speaks to what's not out there. And we essentially have ultimately filled the void. And now we've done that, we're striving to make sure that every aspect of West Indies cricket is covered. And by that I mean, like, the Under-19 World Cup took place recently, and we made sure we were covering that. The Women's World Cup is actually still currently on. The West Indies women may well make it into the semis if India and
if every other team doesn't turn up.
We need a couple snookers, but we might be able to do it. So
losing to Pakistan was not an idea. I mean, they would be in the finals 100% if they hadn't have lost to the only team that hadn't won a game at that point.
But it was quintessentially West Indies, so that was all right. So it's about covering all aspects of the game, because someone's got to do it fundamentally, and I don't think we've got world domination in mind, but we do intend to make sure that everybody, yourselves included, and anybody else, we want to be the kind of organisation where if people want to know something, we might be able to. If we can't answer it, we can tell them where to go.
Yeah. I think you've got, I'm going to try, I mean, this is a bit like naming all the stuff that I do, but you've got an emailer on Substack, you've got the podcast, you've also got the YouTube page. Could you take me through the cuss-out sessions? And remember, we're on public radio now, not a podcast.
So for those who are unfamiliar with Caribbean vernacular and how we can carry ourselves in the Caribbean, we love to cuss about everybody, everything, friend or foe. And so when we started the YouTube channel, I just thought that a good spin-off to the YouTube channel would be what I call the cuss-out sessions, where effectively I take a topic and I cuss about it. But that doesn't mean you swear. You just angrily remonstrate about things. And,
it's very old man gets to the train station and then the train is left 2 minutes early. It's great. I mean, it's really good. I also think that, again, that's the sort of thing that you could get a really good journalist to cover Indies cricket from another nation, but that's a really quintessential way. You and I both know, you're traveling in the West Indies with cricket, or you got a West Indian friend, and they're screaming at you about the most inconsequential
camera focusing on Josh De Silva there, who played. He really waited better for that one and was able to get his balance right as he came back forward into the ball, and it swung a bit actually, just a bit. It hit the middle of Zach Crawley's back. Really a sweat-covered hat. Those like West Indies cap, that maroon colour is in De Silva's case covered with the salt that comes from the perspiration and the work of this series, the time he spent at the crease fighting for West Indies' honour. As Crawley waits, as I said, slightly open in his stance, two-eyed as they used to call it, not quite as two-eyed as some, but that's a great delivery. A bold length, line, movement, and they're not going to be slammed into the pads. I think it might be a bit high, so I don't know whether Craig Brathwaite is saying that now actually to Jayden Seales, a bit high. What do you think, Michael?
Yes, it's slightly above the knee roll. Crawley's had 2 LBWs given that he's overturned very early in his innings, along with the other low scores that he's had. He stands right over to off stump, so if there is anything straight and he misses it, he is inviting a decision from the umpire.
Yeah, it's interesting for a tall man. He waits now, and he is a tall man. Left alone outside of stump, a harmless ball. Tony Greig was a great believer that as a tall man you needed to stand with your bat slightly up. You couldn't tap it on the ground because your head would bob if you then came up to play a ball around your chest, and that you had to come forward. You had to transfer your weight forward and into the ball at any length. You couldn't be a back player as a tall man. It would get you into too much trouble. He believed in being forward and then swaying from the short ball. And the key is, if you do commit forward, you've got to keep playing straight. Don't get round that front pad. Crawley waits with that gut. That is a drop catch, and it's a 4 as well. He thumped it back at Jayden Seales. Incredibly difficult chance. Seales did get a hand on it at a roundabout waist height, and he deflected it wide of the stumps at the non-striker's end, and it shot past mid onto the boundary.
He hit that so hard. It was technically a chance, I suppose, straight back at Jayden Seales, but he barely had time just to put his right hand up almost in self-protection, and even though it hit him fairly hard, it still flew past mid-on to the fence. He hits the ball really hard, Crawley, and he's going after it. He's not hanging around.
A lovely straight back with that shot. Good setup. And now he drives, I think, aerially in the extra cover region for 4 more, so he's got the bit between his teeth. He doesn't want them to bowl to him. He wants to dominate proceedings out there. End of the Seals over. 10 for no wicket on TalkSport 2. Aggressive intent then, Michael.
Yes, it's a balance, isn't it? I certainly wouldn't say to somebody like Crawley, rein yourself in. I mean, he is a player who likes to put bat to ball. I think it's to England's advantage to have 2 players in the top 3 who generally push things along in Crawley and Root. But it's just a little bit what we were talking about before with Crawley and the likes of Campbell, about just working out what shots to play when and in which circumstances and which conditions, and sometimes he can be a bit better at that.
Yeah, I mean, he was caught at short extra cover in the first innings as Roach bowls just outside of stump and leaves it alone. I'm not worried about Lee's footwork at the moment, but he was caught at short, and he drove that ball in the air through the extra cover region, and probably he's decided, he's thought about it because he's a thoughtful, smart guy, and he's probably decided, I want to still play the shot, but I won't play it half-heartedly.
Yes, and it depends a little bit whether there's some swing as well. You just have to be slightly careful early on if Seales swings the ball, which he can.
Left alone again, wide of off stump. Yeah, I mean, we talked, didn't we, about shot selection and judgment. I think you quoted Graham Gooch, judgment of how to play an innings. What was exactly that Gooch used to say?
I can't remember the exact quote, but that was really his philosophy about learning how to stitch an innings together. Not just having the talent to play the odd eye-catching stroke.
Learning how to play an innings rather than a shot, in a way. Roach again. It's very straight, and Lees is in a really good position on this occasion to play it to straightish mid-wicket safely, commandingly. It made the right sound when it hit the middle of Lee's bat. 10 for no wicket, England, in response to West Indies, who, well, they messed up England's plans. Simple as that. England would have wanted to strike early and get batting, but they got 297, which gave them a lead of 93 on the first innings. Valuable runs indeed. Roach again, and that's an extraordinary ball that pitches just outside of stumps, left alone by Lees, and grubs the whole way along the ground to De Silva. We saw a few keep low in England's innings. A couple took wickets. There's not much you can do about a ball that keeps as low as that one.
If it's straight, he was doomed there. There's absolutely nothing he would have been able to do about it. That's the danger ball. The one that bounces might hit you, might hurt you, as it did with Josh De Silva. The one that will get you out is the grubber.
Lees is a long way out of his ground in his stance. I'd say a foot, actually. Roach again. Oh, that's good line bowling, that. It carries on its original line. It doesn't miss off stump by much, but it's a good leave. Only two types of leave, as we know, and that was a good one.
Lees is very heavy on his feet for an opener. Great former Yorkshire and England opener Geoffrey Boycott would say you've got to try and be like a ballet dancer on the balls of your feet. Leach is very heavy, actually.
Roach again. Oh, way down the leg side. That should be given as 4 wides. I hope it is. It doesn't deserve to be byes. Oh, the umpires can be cruel, men. Signalled as byes. I don't buy that at all. Anyway, it's 14 for no wicket after just 3 overs of the innings. 2 to Lees, 8 to Crawley. We're on TalkSport 2. That extraordinary incident when Josh De Silva was given out, reviewed it almost as a bit of fun, really, and kept going because he knew he'd hit it. Got off the field. All the players in an England shirt got off the field. The review took place, and he didn't hit it after all. And so everybody had to come back. Now, there was a time when once you'd left the field of play, that was it, wasn't it? I know that's changed a bit, but it was a rather bizarre thing. Here's Jaden Seals, leaves alone, does Crawley outside off stump. 2 things occurred to me. One, is the technology not sound? Because the batsman did think he hit the ball, and the technology suggested he didn't. Or 2, is it reasonable to say that batsmen don't always know? I've always argued against that, thinking that really you do know, but maybe you don't. What do you think?
I think most of the time you know, but not 100% of the time. There did seem to be clear distance between ball and edge of the bat, so I think the technology was fine in that instance, and De Silva just a little mistaken.
Banged it to the surface around a good length on off stump, and you don't want to be any shorter than that, and it's well played by Crawley, who is forward, as I mentioned. Tony Greig suggested you needed to be when you were his height.
Many really top-class players have been that tall, actually.
Well, they haven't.
They'll be the odd one, but more great players have been short of stature than tall, for sure.
We had that conversation during the Barbados Test match, actually. Who are the truly great players who have been very tall? And Crawley just shuts the face a bit early on that. I think he needs to be careful of that in general, actually. The ball bounces a bit more than he thought, and he's again forward, and it shoots out to extra cover, but there's no alarm and no run either. Really tall. It's hard to think of any standouts. Pollock, yeah, but not Clive really Lloyd. Tall, like Greg Chappell and Pollock and Clive. Yeah, Clive Lloyd was pretty tall. Yeah. Would you call Clive a great player?
He was pretty good when I was a kid at Old Trafford, I'll tell you.
No, he was pretty good. Yeah, he was pretty good. That's left alone, a little bit of outswing. Pollock and Lloyd, yes. Greg Chappell, maybe not quite as tall as them, but not far off it. Jacques Cullis would be, 6'1"?
Yeah, I suppose we're talking,
we're talking more like 6'4", aren't we?
Yeah.
Because I applied it to golfers as well, and Nick Faldo we picked, he was 6'4". But people think Greg Norman was very tall. He wasn't. He was, is 6'1". You know, that's, you're a tall man, but you're not super tall. That is edged and that is out. It couldn't have been simpler. An outswinger that Crawley drives at, pays the price, and leaves the question lingering yet again. 14 for 1.
It's very predictable, I'm afraid. It was a good catch, actually, from Jason Holder, who just didn't pick it up quite for a moment, but clung on. But there was just that hint of movement for Jayden Seales. Brathwaite set a good field. He's got his slips in place. He's got that mid-on and extra cover as well. So they're just pushing it up. They're asking Crawley to drive. There's a bit of movement. He's playing with a slightly closed face because of that strong right shoulder and strong bottom hand. And he's just nicked it to second slip. It was a predictable end, I'm afraid, because of that movement. If you're going to play early and hard, as Crawley does, then it will carry some risk when there's movement, and that's the balance that he will have to find if he's going to open the batting in Test cricket.
Okay, let's just evolve that as Root comes out, swinging his arms, practicing his strokes, general bounce and dance in his feet. You know, there's a point at which you have to put the shot away for a while, surely, particularly against the moving ball.
Well, that is the point. That there'll be times when everything is in your favour, when the pitch is good, when the ball is not doing much, and when you can say, yeah, I can get on top of the bowler here very early on. But then there are also times when the ball will move a little and when the pitch is doing a little, and you may just have to give the first hour to the bowlers. And there was enough evidence in the short couple of overs that we've seen from Jayden Seales that he's finding a little bit of movement, a bit of swing in the air. So if you are going to drive, you've got to drive with some care and caution and control, rather than taking the ball really early, which is what he did there.
Great summary. I'll give you a Brian Lara line in a minute, as Root is now ready, standing, bat aloft. In comes Jayden Seales, and that's wide and left alone by Root. Seales will be annoyed not to have made Root play, but there again, having got a wicket, he'll also be extremely happy. End of that over, 14 for 1 here on TalkSport 2. I love a quote once from Brian Lara. The bowler's got 40 minutes. After that, I'm figuring it could be my day.
Well, yeah, you can say that if you're brought up in Trinidad or Sabina Park or somewhere where it doesn't happen very much. In England, it may be the bowler's day all day sometimes, and you may just have to condition yourself to that.
Roach now round the wicket at Lees, and Lees looks to drive, push, but really gets in a mess, loses all his body shape, and the ball squirts away on the leg side for no run. I think Lara's point is, I do understand that when I first go in, I can't be taking too many risks. I'll let the game come to me a bit. Yeah, and then once I'm
even
in,
a great player,
yeah,
like
that's
yeah.
the point, really. And the famous Tendulkar 248 at the Sydney Cricket Ground, where he didn't score any runs in front of square on the offside. He put the drive away completely after an elbow problem, and then a nick-off problem because of the elbow problem. And he thought, well, if I've got an elbow problem, I won't nick off if I don't play out there. So he didn't. That was left alone. Just too wide. Roach, for a good bowler, is just a bit wide here, which is the way he tends to go. You very rarely see him go down the leg side. I'm not accusing him of hiding it out there, but he errs wide and then will bring it in tighter as the over goes on.
Yeah, maybe setting him up.
And he's very good at that, isn't he? Here he comes again. Oh, like that. That was your point. If that didn't have to nip back much more. Lee's left it alone. But that was similar to a ball in the last over that looks like exactly the same fully pitched outswinger, but carries straight on its journey and is taken actually probably by the wicket keeper running slightly down the leg side by the time it gets to him. What a day for West Indies cricket this is. It's been a brilliant, character-driven fight back from the trauma of yesterday when they looked like they'd relinquish any advantage to England. And he's beaten, is Lees, feeling for the ball outside off stump. That is a nervous look for the ball
I was just thinking about the conversation we had about Crawley in the first innings, about, you know, the luck and chance of overturning those 2 out decisions earlier in the tour. You could argue, you know, he'd probably be done now, but for that. It's amazing how the game can change.
Yeah. These top order issues for England, eh? Roach is very good, isn't he? Gets it to swing away, this time late, and Lees is beaten once more. Beautiful
really
bowling.
Good bowling. Yeah, really good bowling, because Lees just can't quite pick which way Roach is sending the ball. There's minimal change of wrist position and seam position, and Lees is just not quite certain whether it's going to nip away, whether it's going to come back in. Should he play? Should he leave? Good bowling.
Echoing shouts of encouragement from members of the crowd. Sound bouncing around the concrete stands as that is too wide and is left alone by Lees. He'll be mighty relieved not to have to play it. He has a good look at his setup, studies everything. Have I got everything lined up? Well, you have in practice, but of course when the ball comes at you at nearly 90 mph and swings, you better be darn sure that you've practiced very hard and don't have to think too hard about it in the middle. You've got to have a clear head when you bat in a test match. Okay, a change from me, 14 for 1 on TalkSport 2. A word from Athers and then Neil Manthorpe.
Well, this is the wicket that West Indies want. Joe Root on a pair, in at number 3. The class player in the lineup, and a player who England have relied on now for so long. And West Indies will feel if they can get him early, with Lawrence in probably a place too high in the order at 4, then they are right in the game, with England trailing still by 79. So he set a couple of slips and a couple of gullies, and a man catching in on the offside, and Jayden Seales is looking to move it away. And twice now Joe Root has stepped away as somebody's moved behind the bowler's arm. So Seales will have to walk back to his mark again. Manners rather frustrated he is. Never upset a fast bowler.
Yes, well, he's got a good scowl on, hasn't he, Jayden Seales, but he'll be feeling terrific about himself, I'm sure. I mean, he really did look one of the more accomplished number 11s in world cricket during that innings. You know, we were having a smile in this commentary box when he'd ground his way to a very solid 7 off 52 balls and then suddenly smashed Jack Leach for 6, straight back over his head. Oh, he's done it again! He's done it again!
Sorry, I'm a couple of seconds ahead of you, as you know, Manners, and I could see that happening then, and I just couldn't stop laughing. That just as Root settled and Jayden Seales began to walk in, a gentleman just casually walked behind the bowler's arm. Root stepped away, and all the West Indies fielders have got a double teapot on, hands on their hips. Jayden Seales threw the ball up in the air. It was a real moment of comedy.
We're talking of teapots. The offending gentleman looks like he's got a tea cosy on his head.
There used to be a guy at Trinidad, actually. They call him Jumbie. He used to wander around selling nuts, and he'd have the most fantastic arm, and you could be 10 rows back and call for the nuts, and he'd get out his little bag and throw it at you, and he was always absolutely bang on, bullseye. Jumbie, they called him, and he's got a look at that chap who's just gone behind the arm.
Bouncy gates across the sight screen. Very, very funny. Okay, it's not done much for the over 8, but it's Jayden Seales up to the crease now. Does eventually bowl, and Joe Root leaves it alone, and there's no run. Moving from laughing matters onto very much the opposite. Others, if England go down today, given the way that the morning session went, and they lose this test match, do you think, is there a sense that Joe Root might be batting for his captaincy in this innings?
Yes, is the answer, simple answer to that, although he's had strong backing.
Good delivery from Seales outside the off stump, and he's left it alone. I wasn't thinking of him being pushed. I'm wondering whether he might jump.
Well, before the game, he was still very upbeat and optimistic and saying he thinks he's the best man for the job and he's going to be around to try and turn this thing around. I don't quite buy it myself, and I didn't buy it after the Ashes, but, Andrew Strauss has given him full backing so far. But as you say, it was a bad morning for England, and they look a modest side at the moment, so... All is not lost, though. Root is a world-class player. Stokes and Bairstow are good players. They can still get something out of this game, for sure.
14 for 1. In the 6th over, England trailing on first innings by 93. Seals in once again, and that is pushed behind square on the offside. There's no run. Backing's wonderful, isn't it? I mean, it's great to have backing, but at some point, Root might think, thank you very much for your backing, I no longer require it.
Yes, he made it, and in fact, most of his predecessors of the recent and then not so recent past have basically had enough around about 4 or 5 years into the job, which is where he is now. But he looks fresher than most, I would say.
Here's Jayden Seales, and once again outside the off stump. He didn't look very fresh yesterday, standing at first slip.
No, I agree, and I thought England had a bad morning this morning. They looked a bit, lacklustre in the field and with the ball, and they've looked like that for some time. I'm just talking about his bearing and manner generally, as you see him around the team. He doesn't look browbeaten or hangdog as many of us did after about 4 or 5 years.
14 for 1. Here's Jayden Seales up to the crease once again, and this one steered lovely. That's such a beautiful Joe Root shot to avoid the pair, opening the face of the bat and just steering it, guiding it past backward point, and he's off the mark with a couple, and England are up to 16 for 1. Yeah, Alice, I just think that England were on such a hiding to nothing before that Ashes. They had no chance, no preparation. The one intra-squad warm-up match rained off. They were much inferior team to Australia, so they probably had no chance anyway. But whatever small chance they had was removed from them. Here's Seales once again, completes the over with a wide one outside the off stump, and I really understood Root's passion, but just the whole nature of this tour, the grind, the lack of inspiration, and then the sort of, I suppose, negativity of the morning session. There comes a point, doesn't there? Like you say, you just I can't take this team any further.
Yes, I think he'd reached that point after the Ashes. I mean, I take all the points you make about the context, but England made a lot of bad mistakes in the Ashes as well, on selection and the toss and strategy in the field, not bowling in Brisbane, picking the wrong team in Adelaide, and the gap was much wider between the teams than it should have been.
Indeed. Well, you know what? I'm on this subject because I'm hoping it'll inspire Joe Root to 150 and give England another chance in the 4th innings. But they're still trailing by 77, and Alex Lees, who's 2 not out from 19 balls, and he's... Joe Root's in conversation with Joel Wilson, the senior umpire at the moment at the non-strikers end. I'm not sure what that might be about. It seems good-natured and there's no controversy, but it was quite a long chat. Maybe it is about the sight screens and movement behind the bowler's arm. Here's Roach again, and that is steered away by Lees into the gully, actually. Ada, do you remember? Well, do you remember? Of course you do. Every now and then, when you felt you were a bit flat-footed, you used to sprint on the spot, or at least jog on the spot if you'd been aware for a while. Lees just looks a bit heavy on his feet to me.
He always has done and is heavy on his feet. So I was trying to think of exercises you could do. You could get a skipping rope and learn to skip. Robin Smith would always be kind of jiggling around in the dressing room, jumping up and down, getting his feet going. He was always on the balls of his feet, dancing at the crease, and that's really where Lees has got to improve. He is so heavy-footed and so slow in his movements, and I use the word ponderous, and I'm not talking about his scoring rate, which is slow, no problem with that. I'm talking about his movements at the crease, which need to be sharper and quicker, if you're going to open the bowling against the world's best bowlers.
Yep. Is there a contact lens issue? John Campbell was just helping Jermaine Blackwood out, something in his eye that's pushed away by Lees towards cover, fielded by Brathwaite, no run.
It was Nkrumah Bonner's eye. He's coming off the field now. I don't know if it was a contact lens or there's something in his eye. What I will say is, after about 10 seconds of John Campbell poking him in the eye, he ran backwards, and I thought, he's going to go off the field here. And then he let John Campbell have another go at it. And by the end, Nkrumah Bonner looked like, after a boxer has been hit in the eye and they show a close-up straight afterwards, it was facing a different direction, his eye. So, yeah. Thankfully, he's got off the field, and I don't know, maybe John Campbell is an amateur optometrist?
Pushed away defensively by Lees up towards mid-off. I think mid-off. I think probably ophthalmologist.
Well, I'm not sure who does the contact lenses. That's
an optometrist. Yeah.
Either way, don't let your friend poke you in the eye for 30 seconds straight when you're about to field in close.
He was having a good old poke around in there, wasn't he? It was like he'd spotted a bit of grit and he was going to get it out at any cost. 16 for 1. Alex Lees on 2, Joe Root on 2. Here's Roach right up in the block hole, full and straight, and Lees steers it away into the offside. There's no run. Alex Lees just seems to be a bit short on fast twitch muscle fibre. He's otherwise he's very orthodox. There's no flappy bits, and there's nothing especially that looks like it can go wrong. Here is Roach again, and forward comes Lees once more, pushing it out towards mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, 7 gone. Just a reminder of what's happened today. The West Indies resumed 8 wickets down with 232 on the board. They eventually made 297. Joshua De Silva finishing 100 not out, and the passion and the sheer joy of that roar of emotion, others, when he ran down the pitch and he knew he'd got 100. Honestly, made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. I mean, it's just been ages since I saw so much. An innings, a moment means so much to a player. It was. I'll let you expand on that, please, in just a moment after this first delivery, as Jayden Seales continues to Joe Root, and he's beaten outside the off stump. That one nipped away from him.
Yes, well, you called it well, if I may say so as well, Manners, when that 100 came. Lovely call. And yes, it's lovely when you see that genuine outpouring of joy and emotion. And of course the days of players just raising the bat and shaking their mate's hand at the other end have gone slightly, and the celebrations can go over the top, but this was very genuine. You felt it, the first 100 and what it meant to him and the effort that he put in. So it was a fabulous moment, I thought.
Here's Jayden Seales, and that's flicked away behind square on the leg side, and they run through for a single. Our producer here in TalkSport is a very keen club cricketer, and he was delighted to remind us that 5 years ago Josh De Silva was playing for Old Wimbledonians.
That's right. I think he was delighted that Jayden Seales was at the other end as well. They're club mates, aren't they? They both play at Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad, and Seales had stuck around for an age to get into that 100 along with Roach and Joseph, so he needed a lot of support to get there. It was very much a collaborative effort, even though batting is a very individual thing.
Here's Seales again, full and wide outside the off stump, and there's no run. Do you recall, and if it's going to embarrass anybody, then you don't have to name names, but in your playing and broadcasting careers, have you ever seen somebody burst into tears so spontaneously and so in such a lovely out of control way on a test match field?
I've had it on the podium when I've been interviewing them at the end of a game. Jimmy Anderson I reduced to tears when England got beat by Sri Lanka.
And I mean, you could just see his face crumple. Here is Seals. Oh, flash from Alex Lee, full and wide, and he's really launched into that. It's gone airborne, and it's down to the boundary for 4. His face crumpled in the way that like one of your children when they were young, you caught them out doing something wrong, you could see them just about to burst into tears, and it was infectious. It had a lump in my throat as I watched him.
I agree, as did I. I thought it was a really fabulous moment for him. Maiden Test 100, it's the one moment I think everybody remembers when you get there.
It's been a tough journey for Joshua Da Silva. Done it the hard way, and he has the reward to show now. Here's Seals once more in the body of Alex Lees and chipped away out on the onside. And there's no run. Alex Lees 6, Joe Root 3. So just to complete the story of the day, there were those 2 wickets. It took England longer than a scheduled session to get them. Kemar Roach caught down the leg side by Ben Foakes off Saqib Mahmood for 25. And then finally Jaden Seals was caught and bowled. The lunch break was delayed by 20 or so minutes, and Root finally ended it, having Seals caught on 13, 4-13. That's gone through, straight through poor old Joshua Da Silva, who has a finger injury. Yesterday he described himself as the worst wicketkeeper in the world when he let 4 byes through his legs. We heard him describe himself as that on the stump mic, and now he's got a finger injury. And so that's going to make life very uncomfortable. And he's trying to take that one on the half volley. The ball's keeping perilously low. It is a wicketkeeper's nightmare. And so that's gone away through for 4 byes. He let 18 byes through in England's first innings. And, the score has moved up to 25 for 1, courtesy of those 4 byes. Oh, I've got a change in commentary. I've slightly overstayed my welcome. Samuel Badri is going to be taking over. Is he alongside Mark Butcher? Yes, indeed.
Thank you very much. Mark will join me shortly. For the moment, the man with the golden arm, Kyle Mears, into the attack for the West Indies from the Darbo end. Remember, he got those 2 wickets in the first innings, bowled some 5 overs, 2 wickets, no runs, and comes in now to Joe Root. Swinging delivery, driven through the offside by Joe Root quite confidently. Craig Brathwaite in pursuit. Have enough time to complete the 2, pushes the score to 27 for 1. And this is still the 9th over. West Indies bowling a second time round. That lead that they got very useful, 93. I still think that they would have gifted England a few boundaries, particularly those 8 byes. Difficult takes, one down the leg side for Joshua Da Silva, and the second one should have been stopped as Kyle Mears once again at the top of his mark comes in outside off stump and watches it go past Joe Root to Joshua Da Silva as I welcome Mark Butcher alongside me.
Thanks, Mr. Badri. Interesting start. Aggression from England's openers. Alex Lees has been very keen to try and put bat to ball outside off stump. Zach Crawley hit a couple of thundering 4s, both of them uppish, and then with his weight back on the drive yet again nicked off to second slip. We've had the President Ricky Skerritt interrupting play in his box above. Nicked and gone. Oh goodness me, he's done it again. Carl Mayers with the knockout drop to Joe Root. He's got him twice in the match. It's a really poor shot from England's captain, really poor, and England are 27 for 2.
That's shocking, absolutely shocking from Joe Root. Short, wide outside off stump, just has a flirt at it and nothing shot really, innocuous ball, and John Campbell gleefully accepts, and that man, the giant slayer Kyle Mears, for the second time in consecutive innings getting the big fish, Joe Root, he goes back to the pavilion for 5 of 12 deliveries. England now in a spot of bother, 27 for 2 and still in deficit by some 66 runs. We were questioning as to how vital that lead will be. How many wickets can the West Indies take inside of that 93 runs, and that wicket of Joe Root certainly tilts the balance in the favour of the West Indies.
Sure does. I mean, I knew it would be significant. Any sort of lead in a game like this, on a surface such as this, where there are doubts about the bounce and the truthfulness of the way that the ball reacts on it, it's always going to be significant. And it looks to me as though England have come out and have been in the dressing room and have talked about coming out and being hyper positive here, because Alex Lees, for a start, has been playing at deliveries and playing drives at wide deliveries that he'd been leaving alone in his previous Test match innings. Zach Crawley came out like he had a plane to catch and was dismissed, caught at second slip off the bowling of Seals, playing a big drive on the up through extra cover. That ended up in Jason Holder's hands. And Joe Root, that is such a poor shot for a player of Joe Root's quality. Delivery was short and wide. Joe Root tried to aim that back foot punch at the ball, and it perhaps just left him a tiny bit off the pitch, but the footwork was nowhere near, his head is nowhere near the ball. Thick outside edge to John Campbell, who took a really good catch at first slip, moving away to his right. And England are right in it now. Dan Lawrence, sparky player that he is, comes out with his team in real bother here. Ball is still brand new, only the 9th over. Carl Mayers has 3 slips, 3 men saving the single on the offside, 2 on the leg, and he's in first ball to Dan Lawrence. Full delivery that Lawrence digs out and rather chunks to Brathwaite at extra cover, and there's no run. Just, we're all a bit stunned here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all well and good to come out positively and want to get back to bowl and want to score runs and keep the scoreboard taking over, but it is, after all, a Test match, and you're on the back foot. And Zach Crawley in particular, you were on air on television commentary, and you were mentioning the fact that his technique has come into question as Kyle Mayers comes in once again over the wicket, full in swinger, well played by Dan Lawrence, on drives it to Kemar Roach at mid-on. And Zach Crawley, apart from that innings where he scored that 100 on a flat pitch offering nothing, but the moment the ball seems to be doing something off the surface, he seems to get himself into some problems, particularly outside that off stump. Not for the first time Jayden Seals has had him caught in the slip region. Just think that because of his stance, and you've been on about it ad infinitum, because he stands on off stump, he plays at deliveries that he shouldn't be playing on, especially as an opening batsman.
Yeah, it certainly is the case that whenever there's movement sideways, Zach Crawley finds himself in all kinds of bother. As Mayers is into Lawrence, who is on the back foot, defending up towards mid-on. It's the end of another successful over for Carl Mayers. What a Test match he's having. And well, to have Joe Root in your pocket twice in the same Test match as a part-time medium-pace bowler is some accolade, that is for sure. 27 for 2 from 9 overs. England are still 66 runs behind. They've lost Zach Crawley for 8 and Joe Root for 5, and the West Indies are all over England like a cheap suit here at the Grenada National Stadium.
Yeah, that Joe Root wicket means that there isn't that calm and reassuring presence at the crease, and when Dan Lawrence himself scored that 91 in Bridgetown, it was because he was with Joe Root, just reassuring him and ensuring that he had that support from a senior player. In the first innings in this game, once Joe Root went early, it was the West Indies who got through the top order of England quite quickly, so that wicket has such importance.
Certainly does, and it's Jayden Seals in again to Alex Lees, and that ball is aimed at off stump, and Lees defends half on the front foot, half on the back foot with a straight bat, and it's fielded by Roach at mid-on. Yeah, England, just whenever there seems to be a little bit of something in the pitch, really, as soon as there's a bit of lateral movement, the fear of an impending collapse is never far away. And the West Indies have deserved their ascendancy in this Test match of the cricket they played. The Seals is in once again, and it's a little bit short, a little bit wide, Alex Lees, and he tries to chop it away on the offside, backward of square, but the ball rather dies in the pitch, doesn't arrive to him, so inside half of the bat, and there's no run. I mean, if you think about the way that England have gone out and played, It's almost as though they hadn't just watched Joshua Da Silva make one of the more patient and gritty centuries on this surface. 255 deliveries for his 100 not out, strike rate less than 40. So it certainly wasn't gung-ho batting that got West Indies into a position of strength. It was grit, determination and not giving a wicket away, as Seals is in again against Alex Lees. Almost looks to sort of lean back and chop the ball away off the back foot, square on the offside. But the lack of pace off the surface just means that he can only inside edge it down into the ground by his feet, and again there's no run.
I just about to mention that as well, in terms of what we've seen from the lower order from both teams. And Jack Leach's uncomplicated style, very simplistic and economical in movement, forward, backward, watches the ball quite closely under the bat. And you saw the same from Jaden Seals, Kemar Roach, Alzari Joseph, and of course the centurion Joshua Da Silva. Seals in from around the wicket, watches this one go past outside the line of off stump Alex Lees through to wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva, no run. And then the two dismissals that we've seen so far are really loose shots from experienced batsmen who you'd expect to value their wickets much more, similar to the way the lower order batsmen value their wickets.
Yeah, absolutely, couldn't agree more. Just had the feeling, didn't it, this morning actually, with the way that things unravelled for England in the field, trying to take that 10th wicket. You just felt as though there'd been a shift in terms of the ascendancy in this game. Seals outside off stump, flies through to Da Silva, and there's just no run. Good lead from Alex Lees. You just felt as though the sort of like the momentum. I hate to use the word because it's often a lazy descriptor for something that doesn't really exist. But it did feel as though, you know, the fortunes of the game had turned towards the West Indies, and not because they were lucky, but because they earned it. And that on the flip side of that, England didn't deserve any fortune. They wasted opportunities. They were tactically naive, shall we say, as Seals is in again to Lees, who plays a really solid back defensive shot to mid-on, and that is the end of the over. No run off that final ball. Maiden to Seals. His figures read 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15 in his opening burst from the river end. 27 for 2 is the score. England still 66 runs behind.
At this stage, the West Indian think tank looking on across the series. The first game in Antigua just wore the English down. Second game in Bridgetown just wore them down. First innings batting here, continue to grind, continue to keep them on the field. And at this point, I think this is where it has all been set up. Certainly that's what they will argue as they look to gain the ascendancy, definitive ascendancy in this test match. The third day, usually the moving day. At the end of the day's play, we'll have a greater indication as to which direction this test match is heading. And certainly from what we've seen so far, the West Indies well and truly in control, still 66 runs ahead. They've already gotten those 2 wickets, so if they can prize out another couple, maybe 3 before this lead is wiped out, they'll be in such a strong position.
Well, that'll be game done, I think, as Mayers is in to Lawrence, pushes forward in defence, and it's in the hands of mid-wicket. No run. Jason Holder, the huge hulking figure of Jason Holder, is just going through 1 or 2 warm-up exercises from his position at second slip. Carl Mayers has 3 slips. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off. A lot of talk about new appointments in English cricket as Mayers, number 71 on his back, runs away from us here in the media centre. That's an uppish drive from Dan Lawrence, and it bounces just in front of Brathwaite at straight extra cover, and there's no run. Careful. A lot of talk about new directors of cricket, new head coach. Those positions all need to be filled. There's also been some conjecture about Joe Root and his continuing captaincy of the England team. He's expressed the wish to keep going, but you wonder, should England end up on the losing side here in this series and in this test match, you wonder whether or not England might be better off making a complete clean sweep of those positions of power at the top. Oh, he's knocked him over. Left, the ball left by Dan Lawrence, and it has bowled him. Carl Mayers has done it again. It looks as innocuous as you like, but Lawrence has shouldered arms to a ball that has nipped back and scuttled down low and has knocked over his off stump. 3 down now, England. it really is trouble time here in Grenada.
Yeah, just kisses the outside part of that off stump. Actually quite a good hit as well. So an indeterminate stroke from Dan Lawrence. Not too sure what that ball was doing, not too sure where his off stump is, and he's gone for a duck. England into further turmoil now. 27 for 3, that lead is still 66 more before England will force the West Indies to bat for their second innings. But what a start it has been for the West Indies. What a start for Carl Rico Mayers.
Carl Rico Mayers. I would have thought that in England's team meetings before this test match that they would have spent a great deal of time talking about how they were going to counter the wiles and the searing pace of Carl Mayers. 123 kilometres per hour, that delivery. And Dan Lawrence misjudged the line, misjudged the length. Yes, it nipped back a little bit, but goodness gracious me. Ben Stokes then makes his way out to the middle, and he has a fire to put out, a raging inferno to put out right now. 27 for 3, 66 behind England. Extraordinary stuff.
Yeah, but it just goes to show that endurance factor, and finally the concentration level is beginning to wane. All 3 wickets that we've seen so far has to do with a lack of judgment, lack of concentration. We're into the 3rd day of the 3rd and final test match, back-to-back test matches. England have been in the field for the majority of those, and because they've been trying to force results in the previous 2, so their bowlers have had to try to get 20 wickets. Their batsmen have been out there fielding for the majority of this one, and it's all coming to a head in a critical time in this test match. Remember, the winner of this will win the series and get their hands on that Richards Botham Trophy for the first time. So all to play for. The West Indies, their tails in the air and everything buzzing, the fans, the noise, the environment, everything in their favour. That lead proving to be such a critical one.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'd urge any local fans here, local Grenadians, to get yourselves down to the National Stadium and support your team, roar them on here. I feel that there will be a period of players, there has been on each of the 2 previous days, where the bat starts to get back on top of the ball, where the movement and the up and down bounce becomes less and less. But for now, West Indies with an 11 overall ball. It's 10.5 overs old. They've got England 3 down for 27, and as well as they've bowled, they've barely had to earn them. They have been donated on a plate, silver platter, perhaps a little ribbon on the top as well. And England, who have talked about being more resilient, more match aware, more game aware, tougher to beat, they're going to have to prove that in spades now, because they really are in the mire. There's been a bit of a delay out there in the middle as Joshua De Silva received some treatment. Stiff back perhaps, or stiff hamstring. What a moment it was for him making that 100, by the way. Tears in his eyes, didn't he? It was no surprise that he thought he edged the very next delivery to be dismissed, only to be reprieved after he'd already left the field. But that was quite something earlier on this morning, wasn't it?
Very special. I spoke to him yesterday evening. It was his first half century at that stage here in the region. He mentioned that his batting form in the West Indies hasn't been the best, and it's something that he wanted to address, and boy, didn't he address it. The control, the composure, the way he batted with the lower order, with Alzari Joseph, with Kemar Roach, and with Jaden Seals finally to get there. I thought that he played that innings to perfection. We were questioning how we should go about it, how we should approach batting in that number 8 position, batting with the bowlers, what sort of approach he should adopt, and he's shown exactly the approach that he wanted to. He trusted the batsmen who came after him, he trusted them to face deliveries. When Jaden Seals was there, he shepherded him as much as possible, but at the same time he allowed him to face overs on end, and in the end that partnership proved to be quite significant.
Mayers to Stokes, keeper up to the stumps, bit of movement from around the wicket that Ben Stokes leaves, and De Silva takes the wicket cleanly, whips the bails off for good measure. A feeling of claustrophobia around the England batters at the moment. West Indian fielders, maroon capped, all making their encouraging noises, clapping their hands. Only one fielder out on the fence, and that's Seals, I think, down there at fine leg. And Ben Stokes has Joshua Da Silva for company up at the stumps as Mayers is in once again. And that ball has missed everything. Gone straight through Da Silva. It probably stayed a little bit low, wide outside the off stump of Ben Stokes, who let it go. Da Silva didn't get a glove or anything else on it for that matter, and it's gone away for 4 byes.
Yeah, just a bit low, wide, shoulder arms, so he had a good sight off it, Joshua Da Silva. Never easy keeping up to the stumps for the medium pace bowlers, but we've seen 12 byes now. So he's missed the ball on 3 occasions and they've gone to the boundary all 3 times.
Top scorer for England right now, extras, byes. Carl Mayers, would you believe it?
That's it there,
Joe Root twice in the same test match. He's now picked up 4 wickets. How many runs did he go for in that first innings? Was it 5? 13, that's right. 2 for 13 from 10 in the first innings. He's now got 2 for 2 in the second as he's into Ben Stokes, who's across in front of his stumps. He hits him on the front pad, and the West Indies appeal. Jason Holder is saying no, height. We won't take a look at that one. Umpire Joel Wilson kept his hand in his pocket, and I think that is going to be the end of another wicket maiden in this contest for Carl Mayers. 31 for 3 here on TalkSport 2. England trail by 62.
Yeah, what a start to this second innings for England. Carl Mayers continues to present some problems, beating Ben Stokes that previous delivery on the inside edge and playing for the one to go away, which he predominantly does. Carl Mayers, that action of his allows him to swing the ball away from the left-hander and into the right-hander, but he also uses that scramble seam to good effect, and that's the one that goes straight on, and if you're batting you feel as though if it's coming back into you. Ben Stokes was beaten there, but the height comfortably over the stumps, and for the first time in the second innings we'll see Jason Holder into the attack from the river end, and he'll be looking to get his name on the scorecard. He didn't pick up a wicket in that first innings, did he, Jason Holder? 15 overs, none for 34.
No, it was economical as always. Perhaps lacked a little bit of penetration, a little bit of pep. Been a tough old series from all of the bowlers on both teams. There's Holder is in, round the wicket to Lees, and it's on a perfect length. Lees shoulders arms, and Josh Da Silva takes it, moving away to his right. It nipped back and kept on going towards the leg side after it passed the off stump. This you'd think is a perfect scenario for somebody like Jason Holder, because he loves to run up and bowl dot balls, build pressure on batters. England have tried to come out swinging punches here in the second innings, but have found themselves on the canvas 3 times as Holder is in, round the wicket to Lees, and as he has been so often, he's on the back foot, plays with a perfectly straight bat, and Holder picks it up in his follow through, no run.
Yeah, we've spoken about how the wicket might react today and how much assistance it will give to the bowlers, but none of the wickets that we've seen so far had anything to do with the pitch, had anything to do with the type of delivery that they received. All were quite innocuous, quite soft dismissals. And Ben Stokes, and so much responsibility rests on his shoulder. Senior statesman, the vice captain of the team, Alex Lees, in his debut tour, remember that, and he's done well so far.
Man's gone back in the hook as Holder is in, and that's a pacier delivery. Certainly looks to have the energy back in those legs. Flies through to Josh Da Silva outside the off stump, and there's no run. Yeah, Alex Lees has just appears to have settled down a little bit. He was quite frisky in the opening exchanges. Kemar Roach dangling the carrot at him outside off stump, and he was once or twice caught with flat-footed drives. He had one big whoosh at a wideish delivery, which I suppose the best you could say was that he went at it really hard, so it flew over the slips to third man for 4 as Holder is in again, and it's a perfect forward defensive this time from the Durham opening batsman. 31 for 3.
Yeah, quite amazing, isn't it, Butch? Test match cricket and this game of glorious uncertainties for the first session in the morning, England couldn't get the final 2 West Indian batsmen out, and then right after lunch, West Indies almost immediately prizing out 3 of England's top order batsmen.
Holders in again, short ball to Lees, and ducks underneath it. Let's see Jason Holder bowl that very often, the bounce up, and I think he probably feels, with his height, it's not the quickest of the West Indies bowlers by any means, but the fact that he can bring the ball down from 9.5 feet, 10 feet, that he might get the ball to go up and down more than any of his colleagues. As he turns at the top of his mark and stoops and then gets up to his full height delivery stride, and Lees is once again forward. Excellent forward defensive stroke from him, and that is the end of another maiden. West Indies have England 31 for 3. England still 62 runs behind here on day 3 in Grenada. You're listening to TalkSport 2. Perhaps one or two people might have some thoughts on what I was talking about before in terms of the positions vacant in English cricket at the moment. Director, head coach. Maybe even you've got some thoughts on who should captain the side. You drop us a tweet at cricket_TS. Just hearing some football news for you, actually. You're listening. England are 1-0 down against Switzerland live now over on the main channel on TalkSport. Not that you'd want to leave us here in Grenada. As Carl Mayers is in around the wicket to Ben Stokes, who now does not have Josh De Silva for company. He's gone back to his regular position, standing back behind the stumps, defended on the offside, no run. First half there, that match between England and Switzerland.
Yeah, and England came to this series looking for answers in different aspects of their makeup. I think they might be leaving this series with more questions than answers, particularly at the top of the order with their bowlers. It's been quite a challenge. The Mayers around the wicket, outside the line of the off stump. Nice full delivery. Stokes watches it go by and through to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. The opening combination, brand new, change from the Ashes series. Rory Burns and Hamid in that series, and we've gotten 2 new ones here, and still that same problems persist. And the bowlers as well, spoken about no Broad, no Anderson, but they've lacked penetration, haven't they?
Certainly have. Carl Mayers is not having any problems making inroads into the England lineup. Half volley from him this time is drilled at Kemal Roach in mid-off, and there's no run by Ben Stokes. The other issue, of course, is that Joe Root has been reluctant all these years to move up to number 3. He felt that his best position for him and for the team was making stacks of runs at number 4, and he obviously did that to great effect last season, making 1,700 runs. And that Mayers again just jogs, ambles in, gets that ball to swing away from Ben Stokes from around the wicket. Stokes had advanced and defends it back to the bowler. And of course he made the 200s in the first 2 test matches, batting at number 3. But one of the issues with captaining the team and having an opening partnership that doesn't often put large scores on the board is that as captain, the brain will be fried after what happened this morning. I'm sure that his mind was in a whirl, and then he finds himself out there in the middle after 5 or 6 overs, hasn't had really any time to sort of decompress and get his thoughts together about batting, and now he's back in the pavilion as well. Mayers is in once more. Stokes defends. Ball goes into the gully, and there's no run.
I was just about to ask Mark, does it matter then if he bats 3 or 4, because he might just be out there in not dissimilar times?
No, I mean, yeah, it's true. I mean, at number 3, I suppose, and having batted in both positions, having opened, having batted at 3, having batted at 4. At number 3, you have to put your kit on straight away. You know, to get your pads on, you have to be ready from ball 1. At least if you're batting at 4, it might be ball 2, and you've had a little bit more chance to collect your thoughts. And certainly the ball will be that little bit older should the top 3 do their job. End of that over then from Carl Mayers. 32 for 3 from 13. England trail by 61. Stokes is 1. Lees is 6. and Mark Nicholas awaits.
Thanks, Butch. You still there for a second, or are you off?
I'm still here, yeah.
I'm strongly opposed, always have been, to route moving from 4. I just think it's a myth that the best player bats at 3 to command the match. I understand the reason for it in this case, but it's a success story. Don't try to fix what ain't broke, the route was too important to England. Yeah, they'll say what was broke was the top order, get him in there, but then you're exposing 4. It's not like we have a plethora of top class players to come in at 4, so I just wouldn't have moved him. Many of the great players have batted at 4. 2 of the greatest ever, Graham Pollock, Sachin Tendulkar, and others have batted at 4. It doesn't make sense to move him around for me, but there we go. Left alone outside off stump. Ben Stokes is facing up to Jason Holder here. 2 good all-rounders. Your thoughts on that? Oh, he's gone, is he?
Oh no, I'm here. No, sorry, I didn't. I thought you were talking to the gents back there, but I agree with you. I've said that all along. Look, you don't move a strength to cover a weakness. You have to do something about the weakness. But anyway, other people have had their other ideas. I think today was an absolute case in point of a captain's mind being absolutely scrambled, and finds himself out there batting, and we've lost him.
I would add, in this case, it's probably scrambled and fried and the whole lot anyway.
And hit some of his decision making as part of why it was scrambled.
Yeah.
There you go. Anyway, I'll speak to you later.
Okay, that's a forward defence from the walking Ben Stokes, who comes at Jason Holder. He likes pretty typical of Stokes actually, to come at a bowler. It's almost part of the overall show, which is to meet the challenge head on. 32 for 3 England in, as Tony Cozier used to say, serious trouble. 61 the deficit, only 7 wickets in hand. Here's Holder. Good length just outside of stump, and he didn't walk at that. He played it nicely, ran it off the face of the blade for a single behind square on the offside. 2 from 12 balls. There's no doubt that Stokes has turned into somebody who plays very careful, very watchful, and mainly defence when he first comes in. That wasn't the case in the early part of his career, but we haven't seen him explode out the box for some while now. That's wide, and Lees reaches for it, and it's pretty easily stopped in the end by the tumbling fielder, who I think was Jermaine Blackwood. I haven't worked out Lees in this inning. 6 from 41 balls. He's got a lot of character, no doubt about that, but his feet are just stuck. He just seems absolutely unable to get anywhere near the ball. The arms and the hands are going, the head's falling over a bit, but the feet just don't seem to go. I know, Athers, we were talking about the fact that he's a heavy-footed player, but Holder again leaving it out there for him, but he leaves that one alone. Got a good idea just to see if he's happy to keep reaching for it with his arms. When you get your hands away from your body, you get yourself into trouble. We've got Jay Dernbach and Matt Pryor with me.
You certainly do, Mark, and I agree with you to some extent. And he's played a lot of deliveries outside his off stump, but with not a lot of conviction. It's almost it's half a swing, no foot movement, so therefore not getting decent contact on the ball. The good thing is, though, he's still at the crease, 6 from 42.
Well, absolutely. As I say, he's got a lot of character. The end of that Jason Holder Oval. We're on TalkSport 2 and also on YouTube, by the way. 33 for 3 is the England score. 60 behind West Indies, who've made 297. Having overnight been only 28 in front, they extended that lead to 93. Bairstow, Folks, Wokes, Overton, Leach, Mahmood to come. The England scorecard is impossible to read, really, if you're been a part of English cricket. There's not a single player yet in double figures, and they've been out there for 14 overs. Very worried-looking Matt Pryor, finding it hard to take, a man who's great pride in England's performances. Left alone outside of stump by Ben Stokes, who's now facing Kyle Mayers, who's having a good match.
It's a real tough one, because I'm one of England's biggest fans, and I always, whenever I come on, I want to be positive. I want to be pro-England. I want to look at the way they're going to win the game, the way they're going to perform better. But I really believe where we're at right now is we have to be honest, and the players are just not good enough technically.
Now Stokes does walk down the pitch and hits a half volley, good fielding, very sharp fielding by Shamar Brooks. It was chased and picked up. That you had to be athletic, almost had to have a sort of rubber body to pick up on the move like that. Fantastic fielding. And Stokes worked it wide of mid-on. Yes, Matt.
You know, we know the batting's been an issue for a long time. People have tried to glaze over and say we want to play a positive brand of cricket, and then they went to more Sibley, we're going to block it out. Technically, they're just not capable.
Beats him with one that moves away off the seam. Mayer's operating at medium, just above medium, and getting the ball to dance at the moment.
And Lees is a case in point for me this innings. He from the minute he walked out, particularly against Roach, coming round the wicket, he looks petrified of getting out LBW. He seems to have changed his guard. He seems to now be batting on middle and opened his stancer. But his feet aren't now covering off stump. I mean,
now he leaves one that comes back and might well have gone on to hit off stump. Mayers can barely believe it. It's either perfect judgment or it's a bit of luck for Alex Lees, and Mayers is all over the place with disgust, the fact that it didn't clip off stump. Let's have a look again. Oh, it's close. I'll tell you what, it hurt that dodgy finger of the wicket-keeper, Josh De Silva. He would be... gets on that forefinger of the right hand. Ouch.
And that right there's my point. I mean, as he's leaving the ball, you can see off stump. His front leg, usually when you're batting, if someone leaves it.
And that one hits his pad. He can't lay bat on ball at the moment. That was a ball that any high-class player would just guide into the spaces on the leg side, wouldn't it? You know.
And that's it. He looks all at sea. He's fighting his technique. He doesn't quite know. It looks like he doesn't quite know whether to stick or twist. And that's it. Leg stump ball that should just be tucked away very comfortably. Slams into the pad and he misses it.
And now he comes forward and hits that firmly back to Myers. It was quite an over-pitch ball, and you'd say that he could drive that back past him. If he was feeling more comfortable, more confident, he might. Hey, Jade.
He certainly could. That foot movement just looks so laboured. It really does to me, and it'd be glaringly obvious, certainly from a bowling perspective. You'd be looking at a guy's feet, how they're moving, what options he's offering you, and unfortunately at the moment, Lees has dug himself a hole with the place he finds himself at with that technique. He's prodding outside the off stump with no real conviction. Balls that are then straight on the pads he's missing out on. So I can understand adjustments and changes in technique, but if it doesn't allow you then to access anything and to score runs somewhere, I'm not sure it's particularly working.
34 for 3, the England score, having finally bowled out West Indies for 297. Here's Holder, and that's worked away off his hip, I suppose you'd say, by Ben Stokes, or maybe his thigh, as he also came down the pitch to that ball. He really is looking to get as near to the pitch of the ball as he can.
I think just on another point, if we look at the wickets that have fallen, how hard England had to work to bowl the West Indies out, couldn't get their tail out. You look at the 3 that have fallen today. Crawley driving again with that strong bottom hand. We spoke about it yesterday, about the bat angle, trying to hit a wide ball too straight, nicking off again. Root just looked fried, absolutely frazzled. There's no question of what a quality player he is, but he just looked exhausted. And Lawrence didn't know where his stumps was.
Lees is facing Holder, who makes him play. That's one of the best moves so far in this innings from Lees, as he goes forward with a bent front leg and head over the ball and a nice straight bat, and he pushes it out into the covers. And it sounds rather ridiculous commentating on what is a bread and butter move from a batsman.
Yeah, it goes to show what we're having to celebrate, unfortunately. But on a positive note, I want to say Ben Stokes and the way he's come out, yes, we know he's an attacking player, but what he's come out here with is a game plan of how he's going to get himself off strike. Walks down and tucks her into the leg side.
Now Lees drives very nicely into the extra cover area. In fact, he's timed it well enough to get certainly 2 for it. Yeah, 2 it is. He just jogs back. But that was a lovely stroke, actually. Had a flow to it. Cover drive. Velcros the wrist point of his gloves. Velcros it back up again. David Warner undoes the Velcro on both gloves every ball. Every ball he faces. Sticks them back together again and gets on with it. Holder now. Forward comes Lees, and there's the much better move. All three of them look like the real deal. Fascinating, really, to watch the mental change in this match. You know, the West Indies in trouble yesterday. Looked like they could be bowled out for, 130, 140. England have a big advantage. They would have felt $1 million. West Indies would have been the downtrodden. Then the fight back, and now the turnaround. England battling with themselves as much as with the opposition. 38 for 3 the score. Lees has moved to 9 from 50 balls. That swings into Stokes, who works it away on the leg side very nicely, but he doesn't get any run for it because he doesn't pick the gap. 55, the difference between the teams, by the way. So, this pair can deal with that. And then Stokes says down and drives Fernley, but half stop, I think, from Holder took much of the pace off the shot. At first I thought he might drive it straight for 4, but Holder did extremely well, and the fielding was done by Carl Myers, who will probably do the next bowling, I would think. End of that over, 38 for 3. Yes, my point was that, if this pair can deal with the 50-55, you're starting again with 3 down, and someone plays a special innings, and you can ask West Indies to make 140 to win the game, say. You just never know in this game.
Yeah, you certainly give yourself a chance, and this partnership is going to be very important to that cause. Ben Stokes has come out looking very positive in defence and attack, which is good to see, but those 55 runs are going to be all important. From an England perspective, can't really afford to lose a wicket, I guess, if they're going to try and pose something to the West Indies, which is going to be a challenge. And I think around the 150, 160 mark, at least you're giving your bowlers something to bowl at. And there'll be a test series on the line, so there'll be a lot on it.
News from the other England playing today. England have got a goal back, so it's 1-1 against Switzerland. Luke Shaw, the scorer. There you go. The old overlap. Whereas 1-1 sounds promising against Switzerland, 38 for 3 against West Indies doesn't sound so promising. We've got I think it's a bit of help for the wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva. I don't think it's a formal drinks break. He got hit on that forefinger of the right hand, trapped on the bat handle from a ball that just burst out of the surface at him, and he was in real pain. I can't believe there's not a fracture or worse there, but he's keeping wicket. And of course, if he goes to his right side and can't get the other hand to it, then the right hand has to do the work. It can be damn painful. Hello, what's happening here? Pads are off. Oh, he might be taking a breather. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I think they were just getting someone ran off the field. I didn't quite catch who it was. I think Ollie's saying it was Shamal Brooks. I think it might have been him going off the field. So obviously he's going to pad up his wicket-keeping stats, I suppose.
Yeah, the point being, Matt, that that's bad enough to make worse, and then you've got a serious problem long-term. Is that it?
Yeah, you're trying to minimise how much damage, but also, quite frankly, depending on how painful it is and the damage that's been done, you might not actually be able to catch the ball. Your finger, you might be going off for a jab. Sometimes you have a block injection, so you'd have an injection that literally numbs that one finger, and then it's wheel you back out to carry on. That's a real good one when they tell you that you're going to have that. But yeah, he'll be in agony now. The other thing, having scored 100, all the adrenaline, you won't feel it as much. So, are you alright to keep wicket? He would have been absolutely buzzing. Yeah, absolutely, I'm right, I'm good. And now just getting into it, well, we're 16 overs in.
Yeah, good, I like it.
The adrenaline's kind of worn off, he's thinking, hang on.
Yeah, it is Shamar Brooks who's putting on the gear, and it wasn't the forefinger, it was the middle finger. I was surprised to see, I hadn't noticed that earlier. But, okay, so West Indies with a substitute keeper.
I'm going to check. I don't think Shamar Brooks normally keeps, because he seems to be using Joshua De Silva's kit, which is incredibly village. Did you ever let anyone use your kit, Matt?
Did I ever? You were not. Well, yeah. If someone needs your kit, they need it.
You wouldn't expect him to have spare wicket-keeping kit here.
What I wouldn't have let them use is my number 1 pair of gloves. You'd have spare gloves, and you can use number 4 or 5. But they're not using number 1.
Why? You want the ball cord if they're your best gloves.
Yeah, my best gloves.
Think clearly. The bloke's keeping wicket for your country.
Yeah, to be fair, numbers 3 and 4 were decent. They were good enough for... I think it was Vikram Solanki kept for me once in the 2020 World Cup when I broke my thumb.
What, and you didn't let him use your gear?
Of course I did. No, pads and stuff. I think he had his own box.
But not your main gloves?
Not my number 1s.
In a World Cup match for England?
Nah. He doesn't need that one.
Well, you've got the same inners on and the same glove and the same gloves, same pads. I won't consider the rest because I doubt that is the same. The protector is doubtless why he went off the field to get his own. 38 for 3 is the score as we come back to reality. 55 the advantage for West Indies. England 3 down in their second innings. It's a grind, it's tough out there. Only the strong of heart can deal with this, and let's hope the strong of heart are Alex Lees and Ben Stokes.
And Brooks, who's having to keep on what is quite a tough surface to keep wicket on.
Second time in his life he's kept in a first-class match. He did it in Guyana in 2020.
Okay, well, that is just wide. Is it even dropped? Might have been put down. A diving third slip. Alex Lees played forward, it flew off the edge, and I have a feeling that Bonner has dropped a difficult chance. We'll have a look at the replay. Here we go. Lees reaching for the ball again. Oh yeah, he's dropped well, not that difficult, not easy, but not that difficult. It's to his left side, to his weaker side, and it's at about shin height.
I'd say it's somewhat lazy attempts, unfortunately, from the bowling perspective, from Myers, who's put in a good spell of bowling here, but that again is one of those shots we're talking about, a little bit airy-fairy outside the off stump from Alex Lees.
That might be an edge. Yes, it is. Ben Stokes leaving the ball alone outside off stump has edged it. It's run off his blade or edge or something, but what a way to go. It feels so feeble, especially from such a strong, dominant cricketer. Another one for Kyle Mayers. What a day out. 3 for 5 are his incredible figures.
All Stokes can do is shake his head, had a little view at the pavilion, and all the England cricket team could do was shake their heads. Stokes looking to leave the ball. In fact, it was a late leave. Tries to pull his gloves out of the way. He does do that, but can't get the bat up in time. The ball just clips just right on the toe, the skinniest of feathers, through to Brooks, who's just taken the gloves. And he pouches it very cleanly. England now 39 for 4.
Yeah, this is dismal and potentially humiliating. Much depends on the one remaining game changer, who's Johnny Bairstow. But of course England are stuck at the other end. Alex Lees has 10 from 52 balls. Poor fellow just can't find much sign of his best game, so Bairstow has to do something really spectacular, Jade.
He certainly does, and he's going to need some rearguard action as we had in the first innings if we're going to have any sort of hope of posting a total on board. But I think your point's a good one, Mark. Once again, this is sort of luring on the edge of it being somewhat embarrassing from an England point of view. A game which could be disappearing from us very quickly. A lot of disappointing dismissals, unfortunately. Ben Stokes was certainly unlucky being dismissed there, but as we've said before, you make your own luck in this game, and the West Indies players certainly have done that. Kyle Mayers has put the ball in good enough areas, often enough, and funnily enough, he's got something out the surface.
He has, and that really did catch the toe of Stokes' bat. I think he's got his wrist in a great position. I really like that he's just got a little looseness in the wrist, and I think it's got a little bit of bounce, tennis bally type bounce, a bit of movement, and he's bowled, I can't stand the expression, in the right areas, but he has bowled a good line. Now Bairstow, bat aloft, squints a bit, waits for Myers, who bowls dead straight, swings it in at him, hits him on the pad. The crowd appeal, but the West Indian players don't. Going down the leg side.
Smart piece of bowling from Mayers. Johnny Bairstow fresh to the crease, and he's coming with a big hooping in-swinger. Fortunately for him, just sliding down, but a nice presentation of the seam. Not the ball you want to get first up.
No, not at all. In fact, to Bairstow, who gets bowled a lot, he exposes his stumps a lot, it's a very good ball, the in-swing. A much underrated ball in the modern game, if you ask me. Here comes Mayers again. Tries for it, but starts that one a bit too wide. Something in the middle of those two is the perfect in-swinger.
The bowling coaches often say, with the in-swinger as well, the amount or the percentage, I'm sure Jared could tell us more, but the percentage of in-swingers which actually get nicked because you see the ball, you want to play it because you think it's coming in, and it actually just holds its line, which that delivery did. But Johnny Bairstow was more than up to it. Second ball out, then leaves it outside the off stump, but 39 for 4. He's got an uphill battle.
We just saw a picture of Joe Root watching the play. His face looks hurt. And there is a good in-swinger, and Bairstow's alert to it and blocks it with a straight bat. Goes to mid-on. End of that Mayers over. His figures are startling, 3 for 5. And 39 for 4 is England's score. Sitting alongside Root were two of the young England cricketers who he wants to guide into the future, Dan Lawrence and Matt Fisher. And the question is, will he still feel able to after this match if it doesn't go England's way, which is not looking like it will, but there's a journey yet. 39 for 4 is the score, and talks forward. Neil Manthorpe takes over.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark. I don't know whether Jade Dernbach was being fully serious when he said a moment ago, oh, that's a good in-swinger from Jason Holder, and it's left alone by Alex Lees, and it's very close to the off stump once again. But you said with the corners of your mouth turning upwards, Jade, that Kyle Mayers had found the perfect pace for this pitch. And I know that when you weren't being facetious at all, I mean, he's medium pace, that's what he is. I sense that there was some truth in what you were saying. I mean, it's not ordinarily what you would describe as threatening pace, but he's doing something spectacularly well as Holder is in once again, and that one is steered into the gully and nicely fielded by Nkrumah Bonner, diving to his left.
Yeah, he certainly has, and again, he's put the ball in a very good area. He's put it on a length. He's moved the ball both ways with some skill, with a bit of wobble seam and a bit of seam up for the in-swinger. And what he's constantly done is ask questions at a pace which, yes, isn't challenging. The challenging bit is how many questions he's asking ball after ball after ball. He's making guys play, he's bringing them forward on a surface which is offered up and down bounce, and therefore he's been rewarded.
Here's Holder once again, full and wide outside the off stump, and it's left alone. I mean, Sean Pollock tells a good story of Malcolm Marshall walking up to him when he was playing towards the end of his career at Natal, and the great Malcolm Marshall walked up to Sean Pollock after 3 or 4 overs, I think, and said, "You're bowling too quick for the pitch." Here is Mayers once again, and I beg your pardon, Holder, and he's up to the crease, and another in-swinger, and it's left alone by Alex Lees. And Sean Pollock thought he was kidding. I mean, what do you mean you're bowling too fast? Because Sean Pollock, you may recall, was quick at the beginning of his career, and Marshall had to explain to him that actually a little bit off the pace. I think the wicket was gripping a bit, so I mean, Pollock had never bowled. He'd never taken pace off before in his young career. Here's Holder again, and that's wide outside the off stump, but left alone by Lees. But it's, it can't come naturally. And if you are a fast bowler and somebody says you need to bowl slower, that's a bit tricky, isn't it?
It is, and actually very lucky to have had Morne Morkel at Surrey for a couple of years, who was a quite wonderful bowler, and it's actually something he prescribed to me. And he said, you can't run in and bowl 100% every day because surfaces don't allow it.
Holder again bowls. He's a lot of in-swingers to Alex Lees. You expect that the straight honour is coming at some point. Not this over. That's another in-swinger, and it's pushed away defensively up on the offside. I mean, Kyle Mayers is bowling. What is he bowling, Jared? What, 115? 120?
Yeah, anywhere from about 116 to 124.
I mean, what would we say if, a fast bowler ran in and started bowling at that speed? We'd be sitting here going, what's he doing? You've got to give 100%. He's playing for England.
Yeah, of course. But of course, there is times, though, where there is an optimum pace. The ball reacts differently. The surface reacts differently. You can't all of a sudden ask...
Here's Mayers, the man we're talking about, left alone outside the off stump. England 39 for 4.
You couldn't exactly ask Ben Stokes to run up and bowl at 70 mile an hour. No, that doesn't make any sense. But kind of going back to the point with what Morne was saying, and similarly to what you said, is just throttling back sometimes and bowling within yourself, and if that allows you to be more accurate or understanding situations of the game, if there's a guy who's in and you're happy to just give him one off the hip to really put your effort in somewhere else, that's how you'd see changes in pace from seamers, not necessarily dropping down to a Kyle Mayers pace.
Mayers again outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Johnny Bairstow, who's just come to the crease. He's on 5. Just a reminder that the West Indies batted on for almost 2 hours and 20 minutes this morning when they resumed 8 wickets down, 232 on the board, eventually bowled out for 297, an unbeaten, highly emotional century for keeper Joshua Da Silva. 100 not out from 257 balls. Fabulous innings. Might be a series-defining one, series-winning one. Mayers in again. Bairstow plays defensively. So with a deficit of 93, England have lost Zach Crawley for 8, Joe Root for 5, Dan Lawrence without scoring, and Ben Stokes for 4. Alex Lees is grinding his way on strike at the moment. 10 not out from 58 balls. Johnny Bairstow has just joined him, and England still trailing by 54. Kyle Mayers has figures of 3 for 5 from 5.5 overs, and it's Mayers in once again, and that one is driven out towards cover. Jermaine Blackwood fields, and there's no run. But as Jared Kimber had told us at the beginning of the Test match, Phil Simmons did say that Mayers had been picked as an extra seamer. Well, I certainly made the mistake of assuming that he was picked as an extra batsman. But I was wrong.
I mean, to be fair, he only bowls a handful of overs per innings in his career so far, so
he only needs to. Here is Mayers again, bowls on the back foot. Bairstow punches to mid-wicket, no run.
I think in his first 11 Test matches he had 13 wickets. I mean, that's a part-timer, isn't it? But I think perhaps in these conditions, and also with the skill set that he has, I think they were thinking he could nibble the ball around a little bit. Not like this. I don't think Phil Simmons was sitting there doing that. But they brought him on in for the 10th over in the first innings and then 9th over in the second innings. So specifically he's brought on when the ball's very new to wobble it around a little.
And 2 slips in a gully, wait in anticipation as he's in, back of a length, and a very resolute defensive shot off the back foot from Bairstow. Let's just remind ourselves that Kyle Mayers in England's first innings started with a spell of 5 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for none. Finished with 2 for 13 from 10 overs. And he's now got figures of 3 for 5 in 6 overs, and England are 39 for 4, still trailing by 54.
It's been an exceptional start from Kyle Mayers. Very consistent. I'll say it again. He's done very well not to miss his length. And that's all you can really ask on a surface which is offering ever so much. Bit of wobble seam. He's just been very consistent. He's asked the England batters a lot of questions, and he's certainly been rewarded for that patience. And, the figures tell a story.
Kemar Roach back into the attack, and that's full and drivable, and Alex Lees does drive it only as far as mid-off, and there's no run. Well, I think, Matt Pryor, I mean, this kind of situation, I mean, if you think about the match situation, if you're an England batter out there at the moment, and you try and formulate a plan, and you come up with your next target, and you sort of take a holistic, big picture view, you might well just shrug your shoulders. And here's Roach once again. Lees comes forward, pushes it up towards mid-on. I mean, we always say that you should take it ball by ball, but you really should in this kind of situation.
I mean, you have to. And look, we keep saying it's a funny old game. Who would have thought when England were 114 for 9 that they would get anywhere near 200 in the first innings? The situation now is England need to build a partnership through Lees and Bairstow, and that's the conversation I would assume they're having in the middle, which is, right, ignore the scoreboard. There's no point even looking at that. Let's just, as a partnership, get to 10 and go from there.
Here is Roach once again. Oh, Lees pushes it almost half volley length delivery outside the off stump, but he gets an inside edge and drags it back. Fortunately for him, past his stumps for a single down to fine leg.
Okay, so maybe they're saying let's just get to 5 and go from there. But if England can get something on the board, something with some substance that gives the bowlers an opportunity with a new ball, you have to be looking at 100, 120 at least lead to kind of stand a chance. Anything can happen in that last innings. There's a lot of pressure. There's a series on the line. There's still a lot to play for here. Bairstow's been in good form. He's an experienced player. And that is what these two will have to be thinking, and the conversation out in the middle will have to remain very, very positive.
And the first half and the second half of the first 2 innings have been profoundly different. Here is Roach once again. Bairstow drives, and that's a good-looking shot, and it's just ricochets off the captain at cover, Brathwaite, and fielded by Jayden Seales. So the ball has really noticeably started to soften up sometime around the 25th over in both innings. So by 25 and 30 overs, it started to get pretty soft. Less than that. More?
More. I think about 40, 45.
Okay.
Somewhere around there.
All right.
It's actually felt kind of flattish for the first 15. And then the roll has worn off, or whatever's changed, and then it suddenly started darting about.
Roach in again, and Lees gets inside edge onto the pads. Brathwaite runs in from cover to pick up and field. So anyway, whatever it is, you wait until the ball starts to get soft.
Yeah, that would have been the plan. But England now 4 down. I think we were speaking about it with England so far behind. We know that the first 45 overs are so crucial, but it was going to take them at least that amount of time to get level with West Indies. So it was always going to be about how many wickets were they going to lose with this new ball to give them a chance when they do get level to put something on the board.
Roach again to Alex Lees outside the off stump, and there's no run as he offers no shot. 20 overs gone, 41 for 4. England still trailing by 52 with so many England batsmen apparently suffering from poor stump geography. At least one thing about Alex Lees is he seems to know where his off stump is.
Really?
Well, he's left a lot, and none of them have hit the off stump.
I'm negative Norman this afternoon. I do realise it, and I apologise, but he has left 4 deliveries that could have clipped the top of off, and you could see off stump when he's left it. I would put that down to luck than judgment right now. He's opened his stance up. Look, but all he can do is keep fighting. All he can do is keep fighting through it, try and find a way to get through this patch.
Carl Mayers again to Bairstow, leaves it alone. You know I only said that because none of them did hit off stump.
Oh, you've got me there, haven't you? Actually jumped all over your line. Yeah, but it's frustrating because it's the same errors. The Zach Crawley dismissal, it's the same thing. So I was speaking to Jade earlier. He and I were having a conversation off air about coaching these days. What actually, can you go up to a player and go, that's not good enough, you need to make a change?
Mayer's in once again, little floaty in swinger, and it's nicely dug out by Bairstow. 41 for 4.
You know, there's this big theory now, everything is player-led. Let the players work it out for themselves. Let the players play how they want to play. There are certain fundamentals, particularly in long-format cricket, that you cannot get away from. Knowing where your stumps are is one of them. Having a good head position is another. The bat path, coming down straight. These are fundamentals that you just cannot get away from. And England batsmen are being found out. Who is talking to them? Who is saying to them that you will not survive in Test cricket with this technique? We need to work on it.
Here's Mayers once again, and it's pushed out towards mid-wicket. I know both of you have the greatest of respect for Marcus Trescothick, like almost just about everybody in the whole team and in the squad. You know, I'm sure we can all say that from our dealings with him, he is another fantastic human being. He's just a lovely, lovely man. I don't know whether he's of a mind or an inclination to be brutally honest with the players. Here is Mayers once again, and that's chopped out towards the covers. Blackwood is chasing. They're going to come back for 2. It was a sort of back foot. Yeah, not really a punch, more of a shovel through the offside, and Bairstow picks up a couple. 43 for 4.
That's a really good point. Actually, Mark Nicholas has just made in the com box. Actually, the question isn't who, because we know Marcus Trescothick is the batting coach, so it would be him having the conversations. I suppose the question is, what conversations is he having? That's the question. Is he going with all the experience that he has and saying, we have to nip this in the bud now?
Mayers again, just slightly back of a length, and it's a back foot defensive push from Bairstow. And is, during a series, the time to have those conversations? Huh?
Well, I'd say not, normally. But if something's not working and there is a glaringly obvious problem, then you've got to be good enough to make a change. You know, again, there's that. Look, I sound like I'm on a downer with Zach Crawley. The reason I'm frustrated is because I think Zach Crawley is actually a really good player. I think he could score runs at Test level, but he's got certain fundamental flaws that need to get fixed. He's gone away, he's come back, and he still has the same flaw. We've had this conversation about batting on off stump. It's not working. So why are you still doing it? You have to make a change. And are the coaches leaving the players, to almost giving them too much freedom to make their own calls, their own decisions? And these guys are young players. They're not like experienced. Not like you're talking to a Broad, an Anderson, a Peterson, a Bell, a Trott, a Strauss. These are young players in early stages in their careers. You have to guide them.
Carl Mayer's right arm over the wicket, medium pace, pushed away by Bairstow to cover, and it's fielded by Craig Brathwaite. Final question to both of you then. It's tea time, 43 for 4. The umpires have taken the bails off. Did either of you know where this batting on off stump thing started? Who started that? Because there's lots and seemingly increasing numbers of players, and it's a big thing in the county game, isn't it, as well? Who started this batting on off stump trend?
I'm not sure about who started it. I think it may have stemmed from the fact of particular surfaces and bowling that guys were coming across. That's certainly something I've heard a few of the players talk about. The problem with it is unfortunately you stand on off stump hopefully to know where your off stump is, but if you're getting nicked off and fending at balls outside that eye line, that means that technique is not working. If you're also, with that technique, missing straight ones and getting out LBW, that suggests that you're not strong enough to be able to capitalise balls on your pads. I would suggest you've got more modes of dismissal that way. You need to actually understand the whole thing about technique and triggers and all these things is about making your game easier and simpler. I don't know if that's doing it for the players currently.
Steve Smith is really where it comes from, and what they're trying to do is everyone's trying to imitate what Steve Smith does, which is basically take out the caught behind dismissal. So if you can take out caught behind and slips, the idea is that you're taking away a third of your dismissals, and then you've got bowled and LBW. But there's also only one Steve Smith, right? That's why he averages over 60 in Test cricket.
I think also if you have a look, firstly, Steve Smith is a freak. He's that good. The second thing I'd note from a pure technical perspective, he bats on off stump, but he gets his back foot on off stump. His front foot is floating. he doesn't move his front foot across. He doesn't start on off stump, and with his front foot on off stump, not moving anywhere. His front, if you have that visual picture of Steve Smith batting, he gets his back foot across, and he almost stands quite open with his front foot floating, so he can move to where the ball is going. Our batsmen seem to take a off-stump guard and then stand on it with both feet lining down off-stump. And as Jade says, you've got to be very, do not miss the straight one, because that's LBW. Then what they're trying to do is hit the ball back down the ground, but balls that actually should be going through cover or being... Well, firstly, if you're going to leave it, fine. If you're going to try and hit it, you've got to try and hit it through cover or square of the wicket. They're trying to hit it straight and nicking them. It's a fundamental flaw. I mean, this is not a... I don't think... Again, it's really easy to be sat here saying it, be critical and negative and everything else, but it's only born out of frustration where you're watching something that's quite a simple technical flaw that people keep repeating.
You're not being negative. You're telling the truth. You're observing and being honest. And the honest situation is that at tea, on day 3 of the third and deciding Test match, England have their backs to the wall and they're in a corner. They're 43 for 4, still trailing by 50 runs. We could have done a whole tea time subject on England's batting woes in the county game, and we may still be able to do that, but possibly not during this Test match, the way it's going at the moment. Tea is being taken with opener Alex Lees unbeaten on 11. Johnny Bairstow is with him on 3. Zach Crawley, Joe Root, Dan Lawrence and Ben Stokes, the men out for 8, 5, 0 and 4. Instead, after a short break, Jared Kimber and I will be reflecting on the fact that the IPL has started. We'll be back in a moment.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on Talk Sport 2.
White and Jordan's supercharged weekend preview on Talk Sport with the new Renault Traffic. Big space for big things. From powerhouse Premier League clashes and full throttle grudge matches on the grid. Sparks will fly as the most well-connected duo in sport look ahead to another action-packed weekend. White and Jordan's supercharged weekend preview. Friday morning from 10 on Talk Sport with the new Renault Traffic. Celebrating 40 years of helping the nation's businesses. Search new Renault Traffic.
Oh, afternoon, Caesar.
Good afternoon. How are you getting on with my glorious city?
Well, it's all finished, Gov.
What?
Yep, it's all done. I've built the Colosseum, the aqueduct, the lot.
You've built Rome? In a day?
Yes.
You're pulling my leg.
No.
Ah, you must have had your Weetabix this morning.
Oh, I did, Gov. 3 of them. Now, there's still some grouting to do in your Roman baths, but I'll have that done by the end of the day.
Have you had your Weetabix?
Big tasty, please. No, wait. The big tasty with bacon, yeah. Oh, no, in fact, it's got to be the big tasty barbecue.
Big tasty with bacon, an all-new Big Tasty barbecue. 3 big tasties, 1 big decision. Served after 11 a.m. Subject to availability at participating restaurants until the 26th of April.
It could be that same numbers every week type. It could be leaving it to fate with a lucky dip. It could be you. Don't miss tonight's Lotto Triple Rollover. Play on app, online and in-store. Lotto from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Right now at Cinch, you can save up to £1,000 on selected cars. So go fill your boots. Literally. Like Anush, who's doing up his front garden with a load of new plants.
That's the petunias. And that's the Laurus nobilis.
Steady, Anush. And that one?
The Perodia magnifica. Ouch!
Ah, that's a cactus. Fill your boots today with up to £1,000 off selected cars for a limited time only. Don't just nail it, cinch it. Offer ends 3rd of April 2022. T's and C's apply.
Hear the biggest sports stories first and fast with the Back Page Review on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. Listen to TalkSport Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 for the latest breaking Back Page news, plus unbeatable reaction, opinion and comment. Back Page Review on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. Big mobile networks are raising your bills again. Join us for prices that stay fixed. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/fixed prices.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on Talk Sport 2.
That is edged and that is out. It couldn't have been simpler. An outswinger that Crawley drives at pays the price.
Nicked and gone. Oh, goodness me, he's done it again. Carl Mayers with the knockout drop to Joe Root. He's got him twice in the match. It's a really poor shot from England's captain. Really poor. Oh, he's knocked him over. Left. The ball left by Dan Lawrence.
That might be an edge. Yes, it is. Ben Stokes leaving the ball alone outside off stump. Has edged it. It's run off his blade or edge or something, but what a way to go.
Welcome back to our live and exclusive ball-by-ball coverage of the third and decisive test match between the West Indies and England in Grenada. It's tea time. I'm sure you are aware of that if you were listening 2 minutes ago. England are 43 for 4, still trailing by 50, and we're maybe 12 or 13 minutes away from resumption. But we thought, Jared and I, that we would remind you of the big game for England's the Women's World Cup coming up tomorrow. It's a massive double-header. India play South Africa and England play Bangladesh. The West Indies are 1 point ahead of both England and South Africa. So 3 teams in contention for the last 2 semi-final places after Australia and South Africa have already qualified. Those 2 games are tomorrow, Jared, and it's basically...
In a few hours, really, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right.
It's New Zealand
tomorrow,
time, so
yeah.
that'll be your mark in the crease.
It's winner takes all between England and India.
If England and India both win, it's West Indies who miss out. But they've got very close net run rate. So if both teams were to lose, they would have to make sure that they lose better than their opposition. So you would expect England have the easier game. They should be able to win against Bangladesh and at least keep their net run rate, if not improve on it. India are playing South Africa. I don't know if South Africa are even going with a full-strength team because they've already qualified. But yeah, and then obviously West Indies are currently 4th and could end up 6th. No,
it's actually...
Yeah, they are. They're 4th and could be 6th, yeah.
It's actually not tomorrow. It starts at 10 p.m. tonight, England time.
I said that, didn't I?
Yeah, sorry. I beg your pardon.
New Zealand.
Okay, well, look out for that. Look out for that. We've got a lot to get on with to talk about the IPL, and I know that you cannot possibly give us an expansive view, but a couple of snapshots from each team would be handy. My opening question to you is, I'm just looking at the odds, and you know, this is belief, and in fact, it's been true in many of the IPLs in the last maybe 6 or 7 years. Teams are getting closer and closer and closer. And I was speaking to Paddy Upton, who I've known for very many years, who's rejoined the Rajasthan Royals this year.
What's his job title?
He is the team catalyst.
Yeah, I've always wanted to be a team catalyst. I grew up wanting to be a team catalyst.
And guess who came up with that title? Paddy.
Well, yeah, to be honest, I was talking to Rajasthan about a job, but they were making up weird titles for my jobs as well. So I think they're also, they just sacked their social media team because they had a fight with their captain. I don't know, is that news? Something happened.
Anyway, I just want to talk about the fact that, and in fact, strangely enough, as life works out, I've got a couple of very, very long friends who are intimately involved with various teams, and they've been telling me over the years that, you know, there's no more than 3% between all the teams, and it's the 1%ers on which games are decided, and you know, that after a mega auction, teams get even closer, but that's not reflected at all in the odds. The first game, by the way, has been played. Kolkata Knight Riders have comprehensively beaten the Chennai Super Kings. So the first game has been played. But the odds, Mumbai Indians are 4-1. I mean, that's fair enough because they won 5 titles and they're perennial winners. And then at the other end of the odds, Sunrisers Hyderabad are 16-1. Gujarat Titans and the Lucknow Super Giants are the 2 new teams. And just because they have no track record, they've got some really good players. I think they've been quite structured at the auction. They seem to have reasonable squads. They're both 10-1. Anyway, 4-1 and 16-1.
I think Mumbai are too short. I think Sunrisers might be too short as well at 16-1 if we're being honest. Mumbai lost Hardik Pandya, and their big strength in the IPL really was if you take away Rohit Sharma at the top and Jasprit Bumrah at the death when they're bowling, their big strength was their middle order because they had the two Pandya brothers and they had Kieran Pollard. No other team had three players that could destroy you and had all-round skills available. So it meant that their bowling lineup, they always had backup, and it meant that their batting got better in the middle. And you throw in a couple of good top order players like Quinton de Kock and, Ishan Kishan and Suryakumar Yadav, those sorts of players, and it was a very, very strong team. They're not as strong at the moment. They've got Tim David, Singapore's Tim David. Yeah, are you aware of the Tim David story? So Tim David, when I was working for Scotland, I spent hours looking for footage on Tim David because he was the only Singapore player that there was any footage of. He's gone from basically playing for Singapore, will be playing for Australia very, very soon. Very good player, very tall, Western Australian, hard hitter of the ball. But I think their batting is quite good. Their bowling is quite interesting. It's not as strong as it's been in other years. But at the death, they've got Tamal Mills and Jasprit Bumrah, which might be the best death bowling combination we've had since Jasprit Bumrah bowled with Lasith Malinga. You have to be massively ahead of the game by the time you get to the death, because those two can both take wickets and go for no runs. That's an incredible partnership. Also, it'd be great for Tamal Mills to have Jasprit Bumrah there, to pass on his experience. And the two of those together, not going to be easy to hit. So they're still a very good team. I don't know if I'd have them as my favourite.
Which other teams second favourites are the Delhi Capitals, who are perennial non-winners. At 11 to 2. RCB, just as perennial underachievers, are third favourites at 13 to 2. And the Punjab Kings, who seem to have mastered the art of losing close games, they should have won, are fourth favourites. So, I mean, this is only obviously one set of bookmakers' odds, and everything has changed after the mega auction. But those three teams who have made a habit of not winning, so in the top four favourites.
Delhi have won a lot of games over the last 4 years with Ricky Ponting. They went all in on the youth, and really they should have won a title in that last, we call them cycles because it goes from mega auction to mega auction. So in that last cycle, they definitely should have won a title. They were too good a team not to have, but sadly didn't get over the line. They've got an incredible batting lineup. On paper, by far and away the best batting lineup. I think they've got David Warner, Prithvi Shaw. I don't know if you've seen much of Prithvi Shaw, but he's incredible. Rishabh Pant, Robman Powell, who's the new improved Robman Powell. It's just an incredible. I think they've got a couple of other very good players throughout that order as well that they can chop and change with. Their bowling is a little bit thinner, to be fair, but the batting is so good. But their bowling has two incredible players, Akshar Patel, who we all know about and can do a little bit of batting as well, and Adrik Nortje, who I think is absolutely fantastic. He's one of the best bowlers in the world of any format, but certainly in T20
He's been injured for 3 months.
Yeah, that's my biggest concern with them, is that their bowling is thin already, and he may not be fit enough to get through the entire series, but their batting will overcome a lot of that, I think. They're probably one of the few teams that can smash pace and spin. Most teams have gone sort of lent in for one or the other, and they've got both, so that's huge.
And Royal Challengers Bangalore, I can tell you that Faf du Plessis, who was the second highest run scorer last year, and formed a fantastic opening partnership with Chennai Super Kings with Ruturaj Gaikwad, was both surprised and a little distressed that he wasn't repurchased by Chennai. He's been picked up by Royal Challengers Bangalore.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have repurchased him. I actually think last couple of years, he was a very average T20 player for a long time. Last couple of years, he's been outstanding. I wouldn't have taken him because in the mega auction, you want players who are going to be available for 4 years. And I think that he's slightly older than Moeen Ali, and I think they were probably thinking between him and Moeen Ali, and Moeen Ali's an all-rounder. So I think that's why Chennai kept Mo.
He's 37, Faf du Plessis.
Yeah, but, he's also got 38 six-pack, a 38-pack, incredible physical specimen, so he should be able to play a little bit longer. But they've got, it's typical RCB. They've got Faf, Glenn Maxwell and Virat Kohli with the batting. So again, the biggest names possible in their batting lineup. Their bowling has Hasaranga, who is the leg spinner from Sri Lanka.
Windies Hasaranga, who bats a bit too.
Yeah, he's a hitter. Hits them quite well. Mohammad Siraj and Josh Hazlewood is also in their bowling. So I think they've got a lot of big names. I'm not sure, looking at their lineup, if it comes together as well for a great 11. So this is the thing in the mega auction. Sometimes the combinations don't work as well. We can talk about that with some of the newer teams. The players are fine, but I'm not sure that it always matches together perfectly. But RCB, they've got a good 6 to 8 players, and then they'll sort of be hoping that one or two of the younger players steps up for them.
All right, just quickly wrap up some of the other teams. We haven't mentioned the Chennai Super Kings looks like a peculiarly much changed team. Actually, the players are walking back out onto the field, so let me just ask you for your favourite.
My favourite? I really like Kolkata, actually. I'm a big fan of Kolkata at the moment. And I like Delhi just because that batting is absolutely fantastic. But Kolkata, I think, have good batting. I'm a little bit worried they might be a little bit slow, but their bowling options are just ridiculous. They've got so much great bowling there. So I think I would certainly have a big... I'm a fan of that. And Rajasthan Royals is sort of the England side, co-owned by England ownership and American ownership these days. They've got Josh Butler. I worry about their middle order, but again, I think they've got a very, very good bowling lineup. They've got Nathan Coulter-Nile, Ashwin, Trent Bolt, Prashiv Krishna, and Chahal in that. That's 5 really good bowlers. There aren't that many teams with 5 really good bowlers, of course. That's why they've got the weak middle order when it comes to hitting.
Okay, well, 2 bits of news. The first is that Joshua Da Silva is back out there. Shamar Brooks took over the wicket-keeping duties, took a catch, and now Joshua Da Silva, if he's had the painkilling injection that Matt Pryor suggested he might have had, then our sympathies lie with him. The second bit of news is that Steve Harmison and Mark Butcher are in the commentary box.
Thanks, Manners. Thanks, Jared. Always comings and goings at the IPL. There's been comings and goings here at the Grenada National Stadium from England batters as Kemar Roach is in at Leeds. It's 3. He started off 93 runs behind West Indies after an heroic maiden Test match 100 from Joshua Da Silva. Put them in a very, very handy lead. And since then, it has been a procession of England batters going to and from the crease. Crawley and Root were complicit in their own downfalls as Roach is in and Lees plays another one of those fabulous looking forward defensive strokes fielded by Captain Brathwaite. Extra cover, there's no run. Crawley was dismissed, essaying a large flat-footed weight back extra cover drive at Jaden Seals, not for the first time in the series, and he was caught the second slip by Jason Holder for 8. Joe Root then played a horrible shot, really. Ball that was wide and short and away from his body. He tried to play that back foot dab of his and nicked it to slip as Roach is in once again around the wicket to Lees, who let I think his figures. Shouldered arms to one from Mayers, Nick back, bowled him for naught, and then Ben Stokes also shouldered arms but didn't get the bat out of the way, and it ran almost off the face of the bat into the hands of substitute wicket-keeper Shamar Brooks for 4. From Lees. There's no... Sorry.
Not too bad. Personally, frustrated watching England's demise in this middle session. I take nothing away from the West Indies. Well, the West Indies have done is put the ball in a reasonably good area and said to the England batsmen, "You're making you play at it." And unfortunately, England batsmen haven't played it very well.
Butcher's mic has just dropped out a little bit. So, yeah, the point that Butcher's making is about the way England have gone about their decision making in that middle session as Kemar Roach comes into Alex Lees onto off stump, thick inside edge, runs to square leg. Shamra Brooks, who has relinquished the gloves for Joshua Da Silva. Lees comes back for 2 into the 22nd over, and then a 45 for 4. It'll be Alzari Joseph to bowl from our end, the media centre end. Johnny Bairstow on a pair came out watchful, managed to get a single down the ground to get off the dreaded pair, and now 16 balls in finds himself in a position he found himself in the first test match, which was England at the time were 46 for 4, and it was 54 for 4 at lunchtime in the first test match, and Johnny's 140, the rebuild, left the ball very, very well, and England are going to need another heroic batting display like that.
Yeah, they sure are. Testing, we're back. England not faring much better than they did in the first innings here. 53 for 4 they were in the first innings. We thought it couldn't possibly be worse. Well, 39 for 4 it was, 45 for 4 it is now, as Joseph is in, quickest of the bowlers on show to Johnny Bairstow, and that ball cannons off his thigh pad and flies out onto the offside, and there is no run. What was I saying before I realised I was talking to nobody? Can't remember where I was now. Train of thought's gone, but never mind. It probably wasn't anything particularly positive given England's batting woes once again.
Not much positive to say at this minute in time, Butch.
There's not. Joseph runs in, he's got tuber grip on his bowling arm, and that's short, and Johnny Bairstow has short arm pulled it, absolutely nailed it into the mid-wicket region, but it hits it straight at the fielder. I think that's substitute fielder Anderson Phillips at mid-wicket. Then again, there is no run. West Indies have just had the best day, haven't they? 100 for Da Silva, partnership, another 50-run partnership for the 10th wicket. A lead of 93, knocked over the cream of England's top order. Only Johnny Bairstow really with any pedigree left, as Alzari Joseph here, short ball, and Bairstow sways out of the way, drops his hands and sways out of the way, his head and body jackknifing back towards square leg. Ball passes over the top of the stumps, and there's no run.
It's been a hard time for an England fan. You mentioned the batters that have come and gone, the demise and the indecision, really, and it's largely down to what we've been asking for when England with the new ball was, can you put the ball in a good area, can you make the batsman play?
West Indies have done that, and Alzari Joseph perhaps is the one of their bowlers who's slightly less accurate. That's a wide ball outside off stump, bounces, kicks and flies through to the keeper, but there is no run. Just getting a look at the average speeds of the seam bowlers in this series, and Joseph is head and shoulders above the rest. 138 kilometres per hour for him. Jayden Seales 130, Roach 128, Holder 123, Mayers 122. I'm guessing on our screens that that's the West Indies bowlers, not one English bowler in there. So back foot defensive from Bairstow, that's a cover, no run.
The thing of the Alzari Joseph coming into the bowling attack, and again he comes in, I think it was a 23rd over in the first innings, and he's coming again 23rd over in this innings. That tells me that Craig Brathwaite, the West Indian captain, knew how crucial them first 20 overs were, and the bowlers that make the batsman play more often than not, Roach, Seales, Myers and Holder.
In goes Joseph again, is wide of off stump. Johnny Bairstow leaves it on the front foot this time, and that is the end of the over. It's a maiden from Alzari Joseph, 45 for 4, England 48 runs behind. Joseph had an excellent contribution to make with the bat in West Indies first innings. He made 28, along with Carl Mayers, also 28. Kemar Roach 25, Seales with 13 was the last man out, and all of those batters helped to get Josh Da Silva up to that magical 3 figures. And it was It's not the sort of innings you normally see from a number 7, is it? Batting with the tail, they'd normally come out and crash it everywhere and try to keep the tail away from the bowling, but he didn't do that at all. He had plenty of faith in them, plenty of trust in them, and just inched his way there until he got within sight.
He did, and I thought that was the beauty about his innings. I think if you can value your wicket, have a decent defence.
In goes Kemar Roach again to Alex Lees, who digs out a full delivery, square of the wicket on the offside, and he will jog through for a single.
And you value, the time you spend at the crease, not play away from your body. That's what Josh De Silva did. He played very defensively. And you look at someone like Alex Lees at this minute in time. He's 14 off 70 balls. He wafted at a few outside off stump, pushing it, but by and large mentality, he feels as though he wants to be here for the long haul. And that's what Josh De Silva did. He gave himself a chance. I think he had something like 11 off his first 80 balls, and then he got 60 off his next 120, and then went through the gears even more towards the end when Jaden Seals came in, Kemar Roach went out. So, fair play. He had a plan.
He executed it excellently. Bairstow's forward, Kemar Roach is back over the wicket. Firm defensive push to mid-off, and again there's no run. Yeah, I mean I guess that's the most important, disappointing thing about the way that England's top order have just played. Just watched a guy go out there and literally scrap for every single run. They would have sat there and watched their own tail enders, Saqib and Jack Leach, scrap for every run, and then they'd come out and flung the bat around with gay abandon, and England are 4 down. As Roach is in again, those shoulders rolling and rocking as he runs in, and delivers another full delivery to Johnny Bairstow, who defends out on the offside, and there's no run.
And it comes back to what we said right at the start of the day when you're talking about what England need to do against the 2 tail enders that are coming into bat, along with Joshua De Silva, and what's happened so far. The West Indies have used the new ball much better than England in this whole series, and first 5-6 overs this morning, I think there's only one ball going to hit the stumps. So that tells you everything, and that's what the West Indies have done well.
Roach in, and that ball would have hit the stumps. It would have smacked into middle stump, but Johnny Bairstow just managed to keep his front pad out of the way and get the bat down in defence. And again, there's no run.
And the constant, I think, term we all use about England's top order is if that you put the ball in the right area for long enough, the techniques are not good enough. The techniques aren't good enough to execute the shot that they're trying to execute in the time they're trying to execute it in the game from a decision-making point of view. And that's why England keep getting unstuck.
Roachin goes wide of the crease this time and fires the ball in towards the middle and off stumps of Bairstow, who's equal to it again in defence. Yeah, it's the collapses, they're not accidental, are they?
No.
they happen so often. And the thing is, the talking points are nearly always the same ones. They were the same in the Ashes. We talked about batters' techniques. We talked about decision making. Talked about the lack of application. And once again, when you get the ball moving sideways, that's what we've had again. As Roach is in, and that one is a little too straight. And this time, Johnny Bairstow gets a thick inside edge down towards fine leg. The bowler has both hands on his head, and I think, if he reflects on it, he'll think there was probably just a little bit too straight. Going for gold there with the final ball of the over from Kemar Roach, and it's cost him and his team a single. 47 for 4, England trail by 46.
Again, Kemar Roach doing what he does best. See him bolt upright, ball pitch just outside off stump, nip back, possibly would have hit middle and leg if Johnny Bairstow didn't get an inside edge on it, and 4 balls out of 6 of that over would have hit some part of the stumps. And I think that's the difference between what England have dished up with a new ball and what their outlook and the mindset of the West Indian bowlers.
Joseph in again to Bairstow, short and wide, and Johnny tries to power it away off the back foot, square of the wicket. But again, the ball, this is one of the things about this pitch, the ball just arrives at slightly different paces and consecutive balls in the over. It just didn't reach Johnny Bairstow, so he came off the inside edge and went down into the ground by his feet. And there's no run, and we're probably getting into that phase now in the first innings, it looked like it was 40 overs for the new ball to start going soft. I reckon England's second new ball in West Indies' first innings, it only took about 20 odd overs. And as the pitch gets a bit more abrasive and a bit more sun-baked, it will probably take the energy out of the ball faster as this game goes along. So do not be surprised if things slow down a little bit as Joseph is away, number 8 on his back, quick delivery that has Johnny Bairstow on his toes, defending on the back foot. Again, there's no run.
Yeah, listen, the trumpets going from the crowd. England supporters are trying to rev their team up, show some support for Bairstow and Lees that are here to weekend. There's a lot more local support in the ground for the first time. It's probably the most local support we've seen inside any of the venues over the course of this series so far.
Yeah, they're still pouring in now in the afternoon, having availed themselves of a nice lie-in this morning, as Bairstow is on the front foot defending. And again, there's no run. Good line and length that from Alzari Joseph. I wonder if the theme tune from The Great Escape has gone up, because England have just gone 2-1 up against Switzerland at Wembley. Harry Kane from the spot gives England the lead with 10 minutes to go, something like that. Of course, you won't be leaving us here in Grenada to go and watch the end of that game, as England try their best to fight their way out of yet another hole that they've created of their own making with the bat. As Joseph is in, it's short and wide, and Johnny Bairstow has crunched this off the back foot. Square cut, flashes away to the boundary, and a rather almost ironic cheer from the England fans as they go past 51 for 4.
Yeah, Johnny's not missing out on this one. He got a short and wide one earlier in the over, and he just plinked it, just clossed it straight into the ground. Not this time. Crash. That's middle of the bat. And it went past Jermaine Blackwood before he even looked. Good pressure put back onto the West Indies' quickest bowler. I think England have still got to try and find a way of scoring. 42 runs behind.
Yeah, absolutely right, as Joseph is in once again, and this time angles the ball more towards the body of Bairstow, who, again, firm punch off the back foot to Kemar Roach at mid-on, and there's no run. Interesting, again, that West Indies have come out after a break and thrown the ball to Alzari Joseph. It's kind of flying in the face of the accepted wisdom that you try and start with your two best or your two tightest bowlers after a break.
Possibly gone to try and understand that this ball is getting soft after 20 odd overs. They've gone with Kemar Roach, who will keep it tight from one end and see if the extra pace on this surface will make a difference.
Joseph gets a drive out of Bairstow, and he drives at thin air. That was perilously close to the outside edge. Good finish to the over from Alzari Joseph. England are 42 behind now. 51 for 4. Lees is 14 from 70. Bairstow is 8 from 33. And just looking at that replay there, a little bit of movement still happening.
A little bit of movement and not much bounce. Ball just kept a touch low again from Alzari Joseph. He's the quickest bowler on show. 3 balls of over 142 kilometres an hour. So, I don't think many of the England bowlers got anywhere near the 140 mark, and shows that if the ball does get soft, they might need an injection of pace.
Roach pulls a firm forward defensive out of Alex Lees, and again there's no run.
What have you made of Alex Lees in the sort of 3 test matches we've seen so far?
Yeah, I think he's shaped up really well, you know. Once he made that tiny little adjustment in his stance, just to pull his right foot, his front foot, just a little bit more open, just to allow the bat a path through at the ball, particularly as Roach had him LBW in the first couple of innings of his career, as Roach is in round the wicket trying to do the same thing again, and Lees allows the ball to come alongside him and plays it late into the extra cover, and there's no run. And yeah, I really liked it. In Barbados, I thought that Barbados, he looked like a man who was trying to find a way to kind of to exist and belong at the level. And so whenever he got a chance to score, particularly in that first innings, the long first innings he played for 30, he looked really nervous about trying to hit a bad ball. You know, it's almost, I shouldn't really be doing this. And then in the second innings, because he had to go out and make runs, all of a sudden the bat started to flow a little bit more. I thought he shaped up pretty well as that ball is left outside of stump from Lees. And again in this innings he's looked in the beginning part of it trying to put bat to ball, put a little bit of pressure back on the bowlers, and I think I've seen enough to be satisfied that he can do that and will get better at doing that. But the most important thing is his judgment and his technique and his ticker and everything seem to be in decent order.
Yeah, I agree. I think his temperament's been very, very good. Decision making has been good as well. He'll learn how to score runs in Test cricket.
Roach is in again, and that is an absolute ripper. Lees, nothing he could have done about that. Pushed forward, and the ball just bounces and leaves Alex Lees outside the off stump. And that's you get those as an opener. That happens. That's part of the job.
That's an absolute beauty. Just angled towards Alex Lees. He feels he's got to play at this. This is heading towards off stump. It's just late shape away, nipped off the seam and gone straight into Josh De Silva's gloves.
Roach in again around the wicket. It's a little fuller this time, and Lees thinks about punching it for runs, but then sort of has to slow the hands down as the ball doesn't quite arrive, and Roach picks it up in his follow through. I mean, look, they've not made any runs yet, and of course that's the only currency that matters, but it looks as though he has all of the tools in order to turn that into consistent run making.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing. It's now defensively he looks quite strong. It sometimes look as though, does he believe he's here?
Well, again, understandable. As that ball arcs away from Lees around the wicket, he lifts his arms above his head and lets it pass. It's another maiden to Kemar Roach, whose figures are 8 overs, 4 maidens, no wickets for 8 runs, and England just trying to dig themselves out of this hole, trying to get some sort of a foothold back in this game, trying to force the West Indies into having to chase something in the final innings, where, who knows, Steve Armstrong, if you end up setting 150 and the pitch continues to crack and to break the way that it looks as though it's going to, you never know, you might give yourselves an outside chance.
Absolutely, totally agree, and that's something that Lees is in Bairstow. Get over this little burst and get the ball into its 30th, 35th, 40th over, and then we'll cash in from there.
Short and wide again from Alzari Joseph, and Johnny Bairstow has pinged that one with a straighter bat this time off the back foot, backward of square on the offside, and that'll be another 4.
We've talked about the techniques of some of the England batsmen letting them down. That was a fantastic shot. It was a fantastic shot by somebody who is obviously playing well on this tour. 100 in the warm-up game, 140 in the first Test match, and he's looked in good touch throughout this series, and that was a beauty. Deep point goes out onto the boundary, and first sign of the West Indies looking to try and protect what they've got, and understanding that they've got a man at the crease who can be dangerous and who can take the game away from you in the blink of an eye, and we're still 38 runs behind.
Full delivery, better from Joseph, and Bairstow shows it due respect, defending 2 extra cover off the front foot. There's no run. It's been a good. Where were we? Back in January, weren't we? In the Ashes. It's been a good 3 months or so as a Test cricketer for Johnny Bairstow. Back in the side as a specialist batsman, where I believe he should have been all along, and thriving in his position at number 6 in the order. As Joseph is in again, and that's another good delivery, but Johnny Bairstow equal to it, nudges it into the gap on the leg side that has been left by the fielder, who is all the way back on the deep backward square leg fence, and he'll pick up a single. England now trailing by 37.
And he's also batting with somebody he's comfortable with. Played a lot of cricket growing up with, or in and around with Alex Lees at Yorkshire. So we talked about that first Test match. You'll have to draw strength on where England were at the time and where he eventually took them to, and if you half the innings of what he had in Antigua on this surface will give England a fighter's chance of making some 4th innings.
Lees in behind a back of a length delivery from Joseph, and defends again with the straightest of bats. I mean, it does, and it has, over the course of the first 2 days and now into day 3 of this test match, things have gone very, very quiet in terms of movement in the evening session, haven't they? That's when the partnerships have grown and flourished. The problem for England has been that there's only numbers 10 and 11 left when that time came around on day 1. As Joseph is in again, that's a full ball. Lee's front foot this time, defends pretty much in textbook fashion. The bowler picks it up in his follow through. And so, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And Johnny will be thinking to himself, okay, there are runs to be made here. Let's keep these boys out in the field. Let's make them feel it in the legs the same way as we did at the back end of this very, very tough 3 back-to-back test match series. As Joseph's in again, short and wide, and Lee's again just flinched as though he was going to fling his hands at that one and try and belt it through the offside, but he thought better of it and let it pass. So 5 runs from that Alzari Joseph over. He continues to frustrate, being able to locate a regular line and length. England are 37 behind, 56 for 4.
Thank you, cap on from the West Indian captain. Where does he go next when he looks at his bowling changes? Mentioned 3 back-to-back test matches. Look at something like Jaden Seals, 20-year-old, 10th first-class match. This is his 7th test match. I mean, what reserves has he got? Talked about how the last session and each of the days so far has been a tough one for the bowlers, and probably the first sign at the end of day 1 of tiredness from one of the sides. And West Indies were a bit raggy. They're not raggy now because they've got the momentum of taking 4 England wickets, but if this partnership starts to build, 32 overs left in the day, the resources, the energy resources, I don't think they'll be too high once if Bairstow does start hitting 1 or 2 boundaries.
Okay, Jaden Seals will find himself back from his favoured river end. 1 for 15 from his 5 overs in his opening burst. He has 2 slips in the gully. Balls at Johnny Bairstow, who allows the ball to come, clips it off his toes, and again that man is back on the deep square leg boundary, and so he'll pick up an easy single. 57 for 4. Interesting that all of the West Indies bowlers have bowled around the wicket to Alex Lees, and not one of them has bowled a single ball from over at him yet. And I thought that in Seals' first spell, particularly with the way that he was swinging the ball back in, that he might give it a go, but he didn't.
I thought Jason Holder would have, because Jason Holder was bowling around the wicket. He doesn't run. When the bowlers bowl from around the wicket, the idea is to sort of run in a straight line that goes on towards off stump.
Seals is it when he does fire the ball in full on off stump, and Lees punches it back to him, no run.
It's a bit like Ollie Robinson in the winter, where Ollie Robinson runs in, the arc he runs in at. When he bowls around the wicket, fights against himself in his action, so he's not comfortable bowling around the wicket, where Jason Holder was getting it to sort of come back in towards off stump, because he runs from right behind the umpire, so he runs in a sort of an angle towards sort of 3rd or 4th slip, and then he jumps out, and then to sort of finish his action off, come back to the bowler. So he's always going, the momentum's going against each other.
Seals in again, and that's a wide half volley really, and Lees punches it at a diving breath rate with extra cover, and he parries it, and they decide not to run, probably wisely. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. It just seems odd that it's gone right out of fashion, hasn't it, for right arm bowlers to try and, from over the wicket, to try and swing the ball back into the front pad of the left-hander.
But Holder got it to swing, so I thought he might have just gone over the wicket where he's more comfortable running on that little arc. And then, because Alex Lees was tight to off stump.
That's a good delivery, but Alex Lees gets a thick inside edge. He'll pick up a single to square leg. But the long and the short of it is that whatever research and work the West Indies have done on Alex Lees, they've decided that around the wicket is the way to go. I think he's lining it up pretty well, though. It wouldn't hurt to just vary things a little.
Comes with feel of the bowler. I've always said bowling's about feel. You can have all the stats and everything, information that you want. It's how you process them in your own mind, and what it makes it, how your body's feeling at the time of what plans you want to do and how you want to execute them against the batsman.
Seals is in, and that's crashed into the front pad of Johnny Bairstow. The ball going down the leg side. A stifled appeal. Johnny had no idea where the ball had gone for a second, was running around like a dog chasing his tail. Eventually located it, and there's nothing doing, no run.
There's a few English batsmen been chasing their tail over the course of the last... Well, there was a stat earlier. Dan Lawrence, it's the 11th duck so far in 2020. 10 different players for England have had ducks, and it's the 26th of March.
It'll be a long year as Seals is in wide of the crease this time, angling it back in towards the stumps of Johnny Bairstow, who defends again, adjusts the helmet on his head, and he will wander up the pitch to go and have another word with his former Yorkshire colleague Alex Lees. Opens the batting for Durham, of course, now. 58 for 4, 28 overs are gone. The ball is starting to show signs of softening. England are 35 runs behind, and you're listening to the third Apex Test match here on TalkSport 2.
Zari Joseph again, he's been given responsibility to bowl from the media stand end. He's bowled 3 overs so far, shown good pace. Sometimes on a surface like this, from a batting point of view, it's not always a bad thing to have a little bit of pace on the ball. You feel as though you've got more scoring options if there is anything on the radar offline.
Joseph in and trying not to be offline. He's much straighter there. And again, Lees stands up really tall and just defends that off the back foot as simply as you like. The pan bands and the rhythm section have been doing sterling work here over the course of this test match. A couple of ladies out there in their floral skirts who have not stopped dancing throughout the entire test match. Girls have got some stamina, I'll tell you that, as Zari Joseph runs away from us, and that's it's probably a long half volley, but Alex Lees just strokes it at Kemal Roach at mid-off, and there's no run. I can think of one or two left-handers who might have been blazing at that one.
I was just about to say there, is that's the area that, as when Lees' test career goes on and evolves, that's the area he's got to be better at. That was a half volley, it was a scoring option, and try and score and try and put the bowler back under pressure. They're the things that he's got to work on in his test match career.
As he stands there, waits for Zari Joseph, checks the bat lift behind him and then turns and faces up, drops the ball in front of cover. He and Johnny Bairstow just looked at each other then and both took off. Excellent run. They both turned simultaneously at opposite ends of the pitch and applaud each other, one hand tapping the blade of the bat in recognition of a run well judged and well taken. That's good work from England.
Yeah, it's good signs from England that just starting to sort of wrestle the initiative back from the West Indian bowlers, trying to forge partnership. Mick Craig Brathwaite just have a think deep and hard about neck decisions, the angles of fielders.
Joseph seeing it short and wide again, but Brathwaite has seen enough of that back foot drive punch from Johnny Bairstow, so has a man back on the point boundary, so it'll only be a single on this occasion. The lead is 33 now, partnership 21 from 73 balls, so it's still been tough going despite the fact that there have been a few alarms for Lees and Bairstow, and England are 60 for 4. The ground is still filling up. There are lots and lots of locals pouring in here, perhaps hearing on their radios or on their televisions that the West Indies are on top and looking for their first ever victory here in Grenada, as Joseph is in, defended on the back foot again by Lees, out into the offside and comes off the middle of the bat and is fielded by Brathwaite, and there is no run. 60 for 4, one ball left of the 29th over. Lees is 16 from 86, just the one boundary for him. Johnny Bairstow has a couple of pugnacious boundaries to his name, 15 from 40. And for now, England seem to have stopped the bleeding as Zari Joseph takes off once more into that loose-looking delivery stride, fires the ball wide of the off stump that Alex Lees wants nothing to do with whatsoever. That's the end of the 29th over. It's 60 for 4. England are 33 behind, and Neil Manthorpe awaits.
Many thanks indeed to Mark Butcher and Steve Harmison. So, some stability, albeit just a brief amount of stability, has returned to the England innings, having been 39 for 4. They've only added 21, but it's a mark of the disarray that England found themselves in, that a partnership of 21, it feels like some stability has returned and some sense of order. But England still 33 runs behind. West Indies dominated the morning session. Here is Jayden Seales to bowl a Yorker, and it's driven by Johnny Bairstow out to cover, fielded by Craig Brathwaite. Plenty of encouragement amongst the West Indians, and geeing each other up in sight of another Test Series victory against England. Of course, have just one series win in the Caribbean in the last 54 years, and although they've been held up for a couple of overs, that's Johnny Bairstow you can hear on the stump microphone. He's just explaining what the problem is behind the bowler's arm, just assuring everybody that he's not making it up. He's saying the problem is that there's a door. When the door opens, and his view of the bowler and the release point is affected, and so the umpire is now saying to whoever is responsible, could you please shut that door and sit down? And Bairstow replies, thank you very much. 15 he is from 41 balls, 60 for 4 England. Here's Jayden Seales again, and it's pushed defensively once more out to extra cover and fielded by Craig Brathwaite. Jared Kimber.
Hi.
Hi. Sorry, you looked at me as if you
Before we came on air, you said, I'm going to ask you a question, right?
Yes.
Then
okay.
I came on air, and I looked at you expecting you to ask me the question.
I'm going to ask you at the end of the over.
You didn't ask me the question, so I said hi.
I'm going to ask you at the end of the over. It concerns the IPL. 2 slips and a gully as Jayden Seales is up to the crease now, and that one is driven down the ground firmly towards mid-on, and so you've got time to prepare, and our listeners know what I'm going to ask you, so that they can be on the edge of their seats as well. Actually, I was going to ask you whether Jayden Seales has got an IPL deal, and how many of the current West Indian squad have decided to forego the first week, or it'll be the first week, won't it, because they do 2 or 3 days of isolation when they get to Mumbai. Here is Seales once again, and Bairstow comes forward, driving at this one, thick outside, inside half of the bat down towards long leg, fielded by Alzari Joseph, and they go through for another single, 61 for 4. So, I mean, often we talk about one of the problems of cricket in the Caribbean, Test cricket in the Caribbean, is that the shortest format, T20 cricket, is helping itself to the best or it's not helping itself to the best players in the Caribbean. They are choosing short format cricket, but there's a number, including Jason Holder, and you'll be able to tell me the rest, who have chosen to play Test cricket for the West Indies. Full and wide outside the off stump. Alex Lees leaves it alone. He remains on 16, 88 balls he's faced for those 16 runs. Johnny Bairstow has 16 from exactly half that number, 44 deliveries. But it's encouraging. I mean, I think it's reassuring that there are still cricketers of the highest quality in the region who want to play Test cricket for the region, and not. I mean, there are plenty. Probably more who want to play T20 cricket rather than Test cricket. Last ball of the over is defended by Alex Lees up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So England still trailing by 32, 61 for 4.
You're on my list now.
Yes, please.
Johnny Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow is the English one, and then there are 3 West Indian players. Jason Holder and Kyle Mayers are both with the Lucknow Super Giants.
Kyle Mayers was Lucknow Super Giants. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, that's right. And then you have for the Gujarat Titans, it would be Alzari Joseph. So Alzari Joseph and Kyle Mayers were backups. Definitely wouldn't have played. Johnny Bairstow and Jason Holder are frontline players and definitely would have played. So that's a problem for those particular franchises a little bit more. But Kyle Mayers might come in later in the season, and Alzari, I wouldn't have thought he would be frontline. So Jaden Seals, I think you asked about him. So he's said at the moment that he's focusing on Test cricket. To be fair, he's only just been picked and he hasn't really played much cricket, much T20 cricket yet, but I know franchises, almost from the moment he first played in the under-19s, started sizing him up. So, for instance, cricketers generally now, I don't know if you know about this, the trial system. Are you aware of the IPL trials?
I'm not. Jason Holder's back into the attack, and that's driven defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I'm not, no.
So agents and sometimes other people involved send players out to have trial runs. So someone like Obed McCoy and Odean Smith. Obed certainly had a trial about 3 or 4 years ago with the IPL team. Romario Shepherd was another guy who had a trial a long time ago, so that the teams can get a bit of an idea of where they're at. Sometimes out of those trials you get picked up straight away, but other times it just puts you on the radar a little bit. That's the real idea of it. I don't think Seals has had a trial with any team.
Jason Holder again outside the off stump and left alone, and then fumbled by the certainly handicapped, if not fully incapacitated, Joshua Da Silva, who's got a finger injury but is manfully trying to keep wicket, and it's another bye. Goes on to his tally. That's okay. He finished 100 not out with the bat earlier. How are these trials conducted?
It's all different. Sometimes there'll be a bunch of Afghanistani players, and they'll just be flown in on one plane together, and they'll just go into the nets and start bowling to a bunch of players. My favourite one, you'll like this, is Nicholas Puran. Kyron Pollard literally booked Wankhede and said, trust me. Got him out in the middle and got their bowlers, and he smashed all their bowlers everywhere. And this is when no one really knew who he was. It was a couple of years after his car accident, and he'd been struggling for a while. And that's a trial.
Holder in again. Alex Lee steers it out towards gully, fielded by the diving and Kumar Bonner.
A lot of the players who are on the circuit, especially those who sometimes captain, they often get involved in the trials to see who the next young, Nepalese or Afghanistani spinner is, or it might be a kid from South Africa occasionally who's flown in. Marco Jansen, I don't think had a trial because they'd already seen him in the nets against the Indian players when Virat Kohli had talked about him. But there's certainly been other players, Australian players occasionally have been, they might do nets footage, or they might get them to film as well. There's all sorts of things that they do now. They're getting a lot more professional. Still could be a lot more professional, to be fair, but they are moving towards that. Much more like football.
62 for 4. Here is Jason Holder again, bowls to Lees. Forward defensively, pushing up towards mid-on. Are you and the IPL aware that there are 2 Janssens?
Yes.
Have you seen Dwan?
No.
You have, because you've seen Marco.
Oh, okay. It's an Overton situation, you mean?
They're both 6'7", both bowl left arm, and I don't think Dwan is significantly less effective than Marco.
I know teams have already started looking at him. That's how I first heard of him.
Holder in once again. Alex Lees tucks it off his hip out to Brathwaite at mid-wicket. No run.
I actually had a team contact me and ask me what I thought of him, and I went, if he's like his brother, it's probably worth a go, isn't it? But I haven't seen enough. I've heard he's slower. Is that not true?
A little.
Okay.
A little.
That's why I heard the Overton comparison was what I was told by someone in South Africa.
Yeah.
Not quite as dramatic between the pace differential between the 2 Overtons.
Well, he is 3 minutes younger.
Makes sense.
Here is Holder again around the wicket to Lees, comes forward, blocks it again resolutely up towards mid-off. One thing you have to say about Alex Lees, well, there's lots of things you can say about Alex Lees, but one thing you can say is that he's unflappable.
He cannot be flapped.
Exactly. That nothing has flapped. Not his technique, nor his temperament, nor the pace at which he chews his gum. He's again,
Cricketers have a metric for that.
No, they don't. Alex Lees is 16 from 93 balls. Johnny Bairstow is 16 from 46. Just a reminder for those of you who probably don't want to be reminded if you're an England supporter, but we had a fascinating morning session in which the West Indies refused to yield their last 2 wickets. They resumed at 232 for 8. Kemar Roach was strangled down the leg side, caught by Ben Foakes off Saqib Mahmood for 25, and eventually Jayden Seales was dismissed for 13, but not before his mate Joshua Da Silva went to 100 not out. And now a new over begins from Jayden Seales, the batsman. First delivery is get in at the body of Johnny Bairstow. He tucks it off his hip towards mid-wicket. I don't know whether Jayden Seales is bowling within himself, but he's sort of low to mid 130s, and
no, that's about his average pace. I think.
I thought he's more high 130s.
We haven't seen him much in this series get over 140. I can get Crickfish on that to have a look, but I think he really is probably more between 82 and 86 miles an hour bowler.
Here is Jayden Seales again, then bowls and back of a length, and Bairstow is forward, pushing it defensively out on the onside. And there's no run. The one thing to mention about the morning session which caused us some distress in the commentary box, if that's the right word, consternation might be a better word, was the defensive nature with which England approached that session. Very, very early on, giving runs, or offering runs anyway, often not taken by Joshua Da Silva. So looking to try and bowl as much to the number 11 as possible, and so long periods of dot balls while Joshua Da Silva faced the first 4 balls and then took a single off the 5th or the 6th, and it just seemed to play right into the West Indies batters' hands. The next one from Seales is pushed once more by Bairstow up on the onside, and there's no run. It's a strategy that is not uncommon, not unfamiliar, but very rarely successful, and that's one aspect of the game for which Jared Kimber doesn't have a matrix to measure. How many times has giving the set batsman a single worked in order to bowl at the number 11, especially when they don't take the singles? Seales in once again. That's pushed square of the wicket on the offside, but as Jared says, sometimes even in the world of Jared Kimber, you have to go on the evidence of your own eyes and experience and anecdotal evidence. So I'm going, it works like 10% of the time.
Yeah, it's probably between 10 and 20% of the time. I suppose the only way of then looking at it is how many times does it just not work when we just bowl normally to tail.
Here's Seales once again. There's width here, and Bairstow looks for the cut shot, but again it's the low bounce which defeats him, and he now walks up the pitch and prods it suspiciously. What's wrong with you? Bounce properly.
It's like what we were talking about with basketball before, where so what happens is you don't put the fielders out and a guy slashes 2 4s and you suddenly think, oh, I'm going to have to put all the fielders out now. And it's the same in basketball. That first play where you don't foul them and you let them run 10 or 20 seconds down on the clock, you suddenly start to panic.
Jayden Seales, oh, that's for full toss, leg side, clipped away nicely by Bairstow, but only as far as Alzari Joseph at deep backward square leg, and a single off the last ball of the over means Bairstow keeps the strike and moves to 17. England are 63 for 4, still in arrears by 30 runs. So for those who don't follow basketball, looking at no one in particular, are you able to explain that strategy again? So you're trailing with a couple of minutes to go by 6-8 points.
Yeah.
And you start fouling the opposition in order to...
So what you do is you foul them so they go to the foul line and they have to shoot free throws. And every time you foul them, the clock stops. So it gives you as much time as possible to score your points, and then you hope that the pressure of them having to shoot the free throws over and over and over again will mean that they won't hit them at a higher rate, and that you can catch them up with perhaps with 3-pointers or by scoring quite quickly at the other end. It works. So in the NBA they have checked this, and it does work less than 10% of the time.
And I suppose that in this cricketing scenario The similarity would be Jason Holder is in once again, and that's played defensively, straight back up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So the similarity would be the quality of the free throw, the man who's having to free throw, and the quality of the number 11 batsman, or the number 10 or number 11 batsman.
You generally try and foul, if at all possible, the worst free throw player, but that doesn't always work. It's more to do with the risk reward situation. So what you're trying to do is at that stage you kind of feel.
Holder in, back of a length. Johnny Bairstow is furious with himself at having missed out on a scoring opportunity, shakes his head as he's hit on the thigh pad.
So if you think about it from what I've just talked about, so you've got them 8 down, and you've got an average number 10 and a poor number 11 to come, and you get 2 sliced 4s through backward point. You suddenly think, well, now we have to plug that gap. And in basketball, if they bring it up and you don't foul them and they take 20 seconds off the clock, you start to think, well, we have to stop them allowing them to do that. So that's where I think it kind of works. They're different situations.
Holder in once again. Forward comes Bairstow, looking, I have to say, increasingly solid. It's still, he hasn't been there. He's coming up to an hour, I suppose. Yeah, so 17 off 55 balls. But the other similarity is that it's an oft-repeated strategy with a small success rate.
Yeah. And that's why it reminded me of the other one. And it wasn't until they started doing analysis in basketball that they realised that there was no point these teams even fouling. They weren't even winning. They were losing by more.
Here's Jason Holder again, and that's good delivery. It's gone past the outside edge. A little bit tentative there. Just as I said, Bairstow's looking more solid. He's had a little soft push at that one. Missed it.
It's so bad in basketball, they're looking at changing the rules of basketball. For the last 2 minutes, instead of actually counting down to the last 2 minutes, they're going to do it so that you have to get a certain score. So if one team's in front by 10 points, they might only need to score another 5 to win the game, and the other team will have to score 15 points just to stop this fouling thing, which doesn't work. There's so many little things in sport that don't work, and yet teams keep trying it because it's what has always been done.
Yeah.
Like the punt in football.
Here's Holder again. He's padded up. He's left that one as Johnny Bairstow. It's hit him on the pads. There's some brief excitement from Joshua De Silva, the keeper and the bowler, but if he did leave it on length, it was a good decision because it was definitely too high. Jade Dernbach is joining us to reflect on a period of kind of semi-normality and calmness after the 39 for 4. Jade?
Yeah, it certainly has been, and it's exactly what England would have been after from the batting audit. Johnny Bairstow, with all of his experience, is showing that here. It's such an important part of the game. Still trailing by 30 runs, which is the important factor. We can't really afford to lose any more wickets here.
Here is Holder again, and this chopped away by Bairstow out towards backward point, and there's no run. The last ball of the over. 33 overs gone. England 63 for 4, still trailing by 30. They are a long way behind in this test match, but they've still got Ben Foakes and Chris Woakes to come. A big partnership here, and dare I suggest that it needs to still be intact by the end of the day's play. Could see England drag themselves back into the deciding test match. Another word from Jade, and then it'll be Mark Nicholas.
Yeah, it is certainly from an England perspective. Having these two batters at the crease at the end of today's play will certainly keep them in a strong enough position leading into tomorrow to start thinking about putting runs in the lead and giving them something to bowl at. But with every option, there is always a possibility, in the sense of we still got folks to come in who's, as we've discussed, had a couple of mishaps with the gloves. It's a big opportunity for him to score some big runs in an England shirt and really cement his place in this side.
Jaden Seales to continue to Alex Lees. Lees leaves alone outside off stump, and with Joshua De Silva wearing the gloves again, West Indies will be very relieved. You know, you get so few chances on this pitch, you've got to cling on to the ones you get. He had quite a nasty looking injury to his right hand middle finger when he was batting, hit by a ball that spat from only just back of the length and trapped the finger ball between the ball and the handle of the bat. That could well be a break, certainly a fracture, I think, given the pain he seemed to be in. That's very wide from Seals, and oddly, Lees, who's been very restrained, goes after it. Lees has played within himself, not particularly well, but boy, he's got some character. He's hung on in there, and from 95 balls, he's made 16 runs, and occasionally he suddenly chases a wide one with almost a flat bat, Jade.
Yeah, it's one of those when you're sticking in for so long, and as Lees has done here, you see the ball full and outside of your off stump, and you think it's an opportunity to capitalise, but it could be his undoing, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, they're throwing him at him a bit, up and outside off stump as he goes forward, and this time we see the full face of the bat and a high right elbow and all, orthodox about it, whereas the one before, everything collapsed and well, he missed it, but he would have squirted it, I suppose, through gully had he hit it, whereas that ball, albeit a bit straighter, was pretty well played. If he was in his best form, I'm sure he would have driven it. The difference between the sides now 30, the advantage with the West Indies. Seals bangs that one into the surface. It gets a thick outside edge and goes down to third man for 4. You deserve that if you open the batting. A few of those thick edges. You have to play on some tricky pitches. You play against good bowlers, against the hard new ball, the proud seam, and so you earn the odd bit of good fortune.
Yeah, he certainly does. And Alex Lees has hung in there long enough now. And a bit what we were talking about with Matty Pryor early on is, regardless of technique, sometimes you just need to stick in. It's not going to look pretty all of the time, but there's a job to be done here from the England batting lineup. And Alex Lees is sticking in there, 97 deliveries for his 20. He's given himself an opportunity to hopefully see his way through.
Now he goes back, and that's pleasantly played into the cover region. There's no run for it, but he seemed to have time to play that ball, which you rarely see with the Lees we're watching now. When I first saw him play, he was 19 years old. It was Geoffrey Boycott who alerted me to him, and you got to be good if Geoffrey's telling you about a player. And he played easily, and he was a naturally attacking batsman. He had time to play, and anyway, at the moment he's fighting in an England shirt. England are 26 behind. If he could be there when England start again by getting past the West Indies, that would be more than handy. And we see the full face of the bat, a bit of time to play there too, so they were encouraging moments, though that was a slowish ball from Seals at 128 kilometres per hour. The over finishes were on TalkSport 2 and also YouTube, but 67 for 4 is the England score. Lees 20, Bairstow 17. Even Bairstow's not finding it easy to force the pace, 17 from 58 balls. What's happened often around now, I'd say from the 35th to the 45th over, the ball has got softer. It's the 34th over, it might have gone a bit early, got a bit softer, got a bit easier to play. We haven't seen too much uneven bounce, and I hope that isn't the commentator's curse. And it's a sort of quiet atmosphere at the ground. When England lost those 3 quick wickets at the beginning and then the 4th, the few people in made it sound as if there was a bit of a vibe happening here, but at the moment it's all understated, and England are clawing their way back into it.
Yeah, certainly have. But that's almost the job of the England batters here, is often with the home team, if they get their tails up in the air, the crowd get behind him. It was a chance just to dull out the game and to take the sting out of the tail, essentially, and just regroup. And these two batters certainly have done that.
Jason Holder now with a full ball at off stump. Bairstow is forward and plays it very comfortably. He's unhappy about something behind the bowler's arm. He wants a person moved, or a piece of something moved, or something's reflecting, or whatever.
We saw that happen a little bit earlier with poor Joe Root. I think it happened 3 and 3 delivery attempts. We had people moving behind the bowler's arm. Certainly don't need that in this situation.
Bairstow waits again for Holder, who has 98 on his back, and he runs away from us and bowls a back of a length ball that Bairstow gets hurried by because it seemed back at him an iota and it cramped him, and he got his bat down in time, and the ball went out onto the offside. Bairstow held onto his ground just in case the fielder was going to threaten him, and so he stayed in his ground, and then he went to have a look at the pitch. Shouting he was, no, screaming it at Alex Lees. They'd have spent a lot of time together, these two, as they grew up as young cricketers. Lees, of course, has moved to Durham now as Holder bowls again, and Bairstow pushes forward, goes to mid-on. Seems difficult, Jay, to time those full balls. We haven't seen a lot of driving, have we?
No, driving on a pitch which is a bit too paced is often the danger, and that's where we saw a couple of the dismissals happen. But Johnny Bairstow's been watchful in the sense if you do with the fuller delivery, especially with a bit of nip still there, you have to really wait for the ball to come on, and the ball's not coming on for Johnny Bairstow at the moment, or Alex Lees for that matter, but they're still there, still working hard.
Oh, good quick bouncer from Holder, or a bouncy bouncer. And Bairstow tried more hook than pull probably, and missed it, and it did fly through to De Silva, who took it well running down the leg side. It had a bit of venom in it, that ball.
Certainly did. Johnny Bairstow did well to get out the way of that bouncer. But it's good, smart bowling by Jason Holder. He's just been asking questions of Johnny Bairstow coming forward, his defence, and then he's just snuck a short ball in there, really taking everyone by surprise.
Yes, Jason Holder doesn't normally bowl very short. There he bowls a good length that Bairstow blocks from the crease back down the pitch, simply because he's not a fast bowler. To bowl a good bouncer, it has to be a surprise ball, and it can't be too short. He's a very tall man. I reckon he's probably 6'9" or 10", and so he will get bounce anyway, but not at any great pace. Haven't been many very tall men who have been super quick. I mean, the 6'6" and stuff. Holder again, that's outside off stump, and barely gets through to the wicket keeper, who picks it up probably just on the full after the first bounce. And it's the end of the over, 67 for 4, so the difference still 26. I'm trying to think of the Ambroses and Warshes, who are very tall men. Joel Garner even taller. Garner could bowl pretty quick when he got his knees up, so too Kirtley, but they're not speedsters in the way that Michael Holding, who was about 6'1", Patrick Patterson probably the same height, maybe 6'2", Jeff Thompson probably 6'1", and some of the quickest bowlers have been shorter than that. Harold Larwood, Frank Tyson, who had very strong shoulders in the old days of the game. Wes Hall was quite a strong man. Malcolm Marshall, not that tall. Darren Goff. I better mention Goffey just in case he's listening here.
The thing is, it's not like you say always about height necessarily, or pace for that matter. Certainly when it comes to the short ball, Mark, it's more about direction, and it's about messing around with the batter's feet. His game plan, once you get used to kind of jumping on the front foot, playing at balls, which Jason Holder often does. He's a very accurate bowler, and what he's trying to do with that short ball is just mess around with the batter's feet, and it's all about the direction of it.
Alzari Joseph now coming round the wicket to Lees, who leaves alone outside of stump. Quite a full ball. Just thought of Alan Donald, pretty tall, and he was really quick. Whereas Shoaib Akhtar and Brett Lee, I'd say average height, probably both 6 foot, I guess. Wasim Akram tall. There you go. Waqar Younis not tall. Anyway, I have to bang on about this. It is interesting that shorter men can be super quick as well. That's a fair point. And when you see that film of Harold Larwood body line, he could bowl quick. Driven, but without getting much of it. Wide ball again, hands away from the body, bat face closes, and probably only a single as Bairstow is sent back by Lee. So just a single to Lees. He goes to 21. Bairstow is on 17.
I was thinking, Mark, as well, we've got someone of our very own in the sense of Mark Wood is a very slight, short man, but as we know, he's probably the quickest we have from an England perspective. Jofra Archer slightly different as well. Yes, we know he's got pace, he's slightly taller, but Mark Wood gets the ball down there at the rate of knots, and he's only a slight man, only a short man, so it goes to show that there's many ways to get that cricket ball down there fast.
Bairstow goes, pushes it to the leg side, calls early, runs early, makes the single easy. The difference now down to 24. England with 6 of their second innings wickets in hand. Can they dig themselves out of a hole? There's certainly trying, this partnership between Lees and Bairstow, showing, I've mentioned character, but also showing some skill. They're using the Duke ball, which is the ball used in England, though this is a Duke ball that's made in West Indies and has a little more lacquer on it. The rumour goes around that it's not quite so well sewn the various seams, which is why it goes softer, a bit quicker than the Duke ball in England, but it's also a very abrasive surface, and that's why we see a little reverse swing, though not a lot. Joseph, and a lovely drive from Lees, but in fact it wasn't quite timed, and so Kemar Roach ran round at mid-off and did the fielding. He threw at the stumps, and there was a moment when the batsman thought they had an overthrow, but it was well backed up.
It was a nice shot there from Alex. He's actually I think he might be making a concerted effort to really concentrate and trying to get as much of the face of the bat on the ball. It's a fairly limited backlift out there outside his off stump. Being very watchful.
Did you bowl with Kookaburra much?
I did bowl a bit. I spent a bit of time in Australia and bowled with it. Certainly found it a lot different from the Dukes, as you would imagine.
Difficult to make torque?
It is once that shine is off the ball and you get towards the old back end of the innings. It was difficult. You had to really work hard.
Just too straight from... Oh, hello. What is he doing there? Alex Lees has come halfway off the pitch. What's happened is it's hit Bairstow on the thigh pad, rebounded out on the leg side. Lees always thought there was a run. Bairstow never thought there was a run. Lees was halfway down and suddenly had to turn back and only just beat the throw. Joseph, with a bit of extra nip there, pounding into Bairstow's thigh pad. When the pros bowl the ball, it's a heavy ball and it hits the various parts, thigh pad, back, glove, whatever, quite hard. Bairstow's back and knocks it down really quite aggressively in his defence there, rehearses it again, checks his position, nice body shape over the ball, and realises that it's the end of the over. So 70 for no wicket now, 70 for 4 I mean now, and England have not lost a wicket for a while. This partnership is worth 31, but off 117 balls, that's how hard they've had to work for their runs. It really is graft, old-fashioned graft out there.
Very hard work here by the two England batters. Certainly doing a great job for the side, taking the sting out of the tails of the West Indian bowlers, and this is exactly what the England batters needed to do. Still trailing by 23, a lot of work still to do, but if these two men can be there at the crease at the start of tomorrow's play, there's an opportunity then to start thinking about setting a target for the West Indian batters. And as we know, getting into the fourth innings of the game, anything can happen.
Well, you can hear probably the steel tan band in the background giving us a bit of atmosphere at the ground, and settling into his seat is Matt Pryor, who was quite outspoken earlier. Nice to hear. Holder bowls. Lees leaves alone. Hi, Matt.
Good evening. Yeah, I was outspoken, and...
Oh, good. It was interesting.
Look, it comes from a good place. If being completely honest, as we're all passionate, maybe not Manners, or Kimber, but we're all passionate England cricket fans and supporters.
Manners may live in South Africa, but he's of English blood, so he'll certainly have an interest in England.
Yes, Manners.
Right, they're not his number one side, anyway.
You want England to be playing well.
Here's Holder. There's another leave by Alex Lees, the leaving Lees.
And I also think these guys are talented. They're talented players. I believe in all of them, but they need guidance. They need support. And if you see some fundamental issues, you want to help them out with that and get them right. Everyone's needed it. Every player that's gone into international cricket has gone on that journey. It's a tough journey. It's hard. You find things out about yourself, not just on the pitch, but off the pitch. Mental resilience that you need to survive. It's a tough game. But credit to Lees, I will say, 104 balls he's faced, and he's fighting hard.
Yeah, it really is. Sometimes you have to ignore the if you like, the elegance of batting, the attributes of a talent, and find a way. Just get it done. Get hard runs. Get the what's the word? I can't really use the word because in dressing rooms it's a different word, you know. But you've got to hang tough.
What you're talking about.
Hang tough, haven't you? You know, you've got to hang tough. If you stay in, you're not out. It's really that simple. And Graham Gooch used to say when you played a feeble shot or a giveaway shot, he'd say, "Don't you like batting?" You know what I mean?
And the man I was going to mention, Alistair Cook, Sir Alistair Cook,
was taught by Graham Gooch.
Was taught by Graham
Gooch. A part
Gooch.
of his teaching came from Graham Gooch.
He wasn't pretty. I hope Cook is listening. He was not pretty, and we gave him a lot of grief for it.
But he
scored
tough.
runs, and he hung very tough. When the going got tough, there was no other man you'd want out there batting, because he was just unflappable, and he found a way.
Holder again, it's over pitched, and again a ball that on a good day, free-spirited, Lees would drive that to the boundary, but he pushes it instead to extra cover. Another one survived. From it the ball comes a little softer. The West Indies become a little more tired and perhaps soon a little more frustrated. But remember, West Indies still in front by 23. Yeah, well, you're right, admirable for the application. There we are, that might be the word. Holder again, and Lee's forward with a little sort of jump and second move, but that's okay because he got plenty of bat on it. It went to mid-wicket in the end.
He strikes me as a player that isn't too concerned. You have players who are a bit concerned about how they look and timing it well and looking pretty in the shot. He doesn't strike me as one of those guys. He strikes me as a bit of a fighter. He'll just find a way again. Inside edge, doesn't matter. Get back in your process, get back in your stance.
He can sure chew his gum.
Oh, yeah.
Holder again. And again he drives, and this time he does find the gap. A very pleasant shot would be the way to describe that, but they send each other back. They both scream no with their hand out as if to say, don't even think about it. So it is only a single. My goodness. The end of that over, just that single from it from Jason Holder. 71 for 4 on TalkSport 2 and on YouTube, as the colours of the Caribbean are flown from a flag, and a man in a yellow t-shirt lets us see a bright and happy smile. Beautiful day, as so many, well, pretty much all of them are in the Caribbean. And if you don't know Grenada and are ever visiting the Caribbean, don't be shy of stopping there. It's a fabulous place. Maybe not as glamorous as some of the other better known holiday islands, but it's got much to like, and tremendous people. Just a little pause in everything here, and I don't quite know why. A player's gone off the field, someone else has come on. The camera's holding Alzari Joseph in their shot as he waits to bowl. It's all gone quiet over there. Not over there though. Now they've got a picture of the supporters, West Indian supporters, loving the music, dancing, swaying, moving, singing. Joseph now to Lees. Bangs it into the surface, and Lees gets something on it, swings it down the long leg, who comes round, picks it up one-handed and wings it back into De Silva, who has plenty of time to make sure that the ball goes nowhere near that damaged finger. An exceptional 100 from Joshua De Silva earlier today, an emotional celebration, a man who had reached the summit and could barely believe it. Threw his arms in the air, then he almost collapsed with emotion. We saw a tear in his eye, and the joy of hard labour to become a test match cricketer was unbridled. Whereupon he was given out, caught at the wicket, reviewed it for fun because he said he thought he hit it, got the whole way off the field, as did all of the England players, and he was recalled. Banged into the surface again by Joseph, who's bowling some non-bouncers really, banging it short. He's got his action all wrong, and Bairstow gets a single for it. It was an extraordinary state of affairs. England thought they'd bowled the West Indies out, and De Silva was the last wicket to fall, and everybody had to come back again and get on with the game. Thankfully, because England were furious just with the whole situation, I think, as much as that moment. Joe Root was bowling off breaks, and Jaden Seals, the number 11, smashed one back at him, and he caught it nicely above his left shoulder. Threw the ball back to the umpire and turned and walked to the pavilion before, I have to say, shaking the hand of Joshua De Silva in acknowledgement of his fine innings. Another bouncer from Azari Joseph. Lees has all the time in the world to get underneath it.
Yeah, all the time. We haven't seen Lees much on the short ball. We played that very constantly. He does look like he much prefers the bowlers coming over the wicket. He seems to line it up better around the wicket. I don't know if Kemar Roach had got into his head a little bit by taking the ball away, and then the one that spears back in at the pads got him LBW a few times.
Now he pulls, and he pulls a bit squarer. So the fielder, John Campbell, and runs round to his right side. Oh no, it's not. It's Unkumar Bonner. Does the fielding. He's in a white sun hat, and there's a single in that too for... Oh no, there's a couple for Alex Lees. He's just... Well, he's eking out an innings, isn't he? 24 now from 111 balls. That is a tremendous show of concentration. 19, England's deficit. The partnership worth 35. Bairstow cuts and cuts hard, but there's a sweeper back. Disappointing to hit a ball as sweetly as that and get nothing more than a single for it.
Just seem... I know he's been out there for a while now, but De Silva, Manners spoke about it earlier, back with the gloves on. Spoke earlier, he had that finger injury. He mentioned that he might be going off for a block injection. We have to assume that's probably what it was, and he looked at me rather squirmishly.
Cool, those needles there. Goes down the leg side, and he misses his attempted pull. They're just trying something different here. Bang it into the pitch at the body and see what happens. See what the batsman does at the end of the over. How long does that injection last for? I mean, could you play a whole test match with it?
Well, that's a good question. I can't remember. I think it is. I think it's days rather than hours at last. Very odd feeling.
I was offered one before at 91 Cup final at Lords. Waka Yunus had smashed my knuckle and my finger in two places. And when I saw the needle he was offering, I ran.
Kind of counterintuitive. They're going to stick a needle into an area that is very, very painful already.
I said I'll give it a miss. David Gower can captain the side. And thankfully we won. Probably because we were a stronger side without me. Anyway, back to the cricket and over to Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you, Mark. You hand over at another peculiar juncture. Because Jermaine Blackwood is about to bowl. He's proper full-time part-timer. He's really, it's irregular at best that he has a bowl. 75 for 4, and here he is with his gentle off breaks, and Johnny Bairstow back and across and plays it away defensively, and then peers quizzically down the wicket at the decision to bring Jermaine Blackwood into the attack in the 39th over. As usual, we rely on Jared Kimber to offer some theories when he's back in position, having had a nutrition break. And once again, Bairstow punches it off the back foot out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Bairstow 20 off 71 balls, so very, very much within himself. Lees 24 off 112. Forward comes Bairstow again, playing defensively. We don't need to rely on Jared Kimber. I'm sure Matt Pryor will have a theory as to why the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite's gone part-time again.
Over to Jared Kimber.
Blackwood in again. Forward comes Bairstow, pushing it gently out into the offside. He used 3 part-timers in the first innings.
Yes. I can only assume it's to see if it's going to spin.
Turned away out towards mid-wicket, and they go through for an easy single. it's what's been so peculiar is that the West Indies were in a position to take control of the Test match, in the first innings as well. And here, England are still, I know they've recovered. They were 39 for 4, they're 76 for 4, but they're still trailing by 17.
And also at a point that you felt something was building. Something had to, as a cricketer, you feel their points in a game.
Blackwood in again, punched off the back foot by Alex Lees, gently, under no pressure. For another single, 77 for 4.
Yeah, the points in a game or in a moment, in a session, that the pressure's building. Somebody's going to give. Will it be a boundary or will it be a wicket? And at that exact point, the part-time spinner Blackwood comes on. Very odd.
A drinks break. Jared's whirring. He's coming up with a couple of theories for us. It doesn't make conventional cricket sense. So I'm not suggesting that it won't make unconventional cricket sense. Jared's good at the unconventional.
So I've got two theories. There's a left-hander at the crease, but I think if that's the case, they would have bowled Brathwaite. I would say it's over 8, and they've fallen behind the over 8 again.
Oh, so never mind the result of the Test match and the series. You're more concerned about the over 8. I know they were deducted 2 World Test Championship points, but they've got no chance of reaching the final. So what? They're protecting their match fees.
Brathwaite maybe doesn't want a holiday?
Sorry, they're protecting their match fees. This is a legitimate theory. They're protecting their match fees ahead of trying to enforce a very strong position in pursuit of a series win.
They bowled 9 overs of it in the first innings when they had them 9 down. I mean, we've already seen it. It wasn't a tactical thing, was it? They were doing it because they were behind the over rate.
Matty P, we all like a match fee. But...
Very much so.
But... Well, so you'd compromise a position that the West Indies are in order to well, I'm not buying that.
We probably should know this, but is Brathwaite in trouble already? Is he?
They were fine. They were fine.
But then didn't the captain miss a game?
They were fined 2 World Test Championship points, which are irrelevant because, as I said, they're in no position to qualify for the final. The captain, Craig Brathwaite, was fined 40% of his match fee, and all the players 20% of their match fee.
Oh, there you go.
Done. What else do you want to talk about, Manners?
Well, Brathwaite doesn't have an alternative source of income, does he? He doesn't play anything else.
Geez, he'd be terrible in the IPL, wouldn't he? He'd be the first person ever to have a negative strike rate. Fantastic player, but no, he's not. He played a little bit of one-day internationals for the West Indies, but he's not a white ball player. He's not the only captain in the world that's ever done this, though. And they've got 5 seamers.
Yes, but you do it on day 5 when the game's dwindling towards an inevitable draw.
You should. But yeah. That would be my guess. I mean, I could be wrong, but I can't see Blackwood as being a good matchup for Lees.
Imagine a world where you don't get that far behind the over 8 in the first place.
I can't. I've got a vivid imagination, but that's beyond me, that one.
None of us are old enough to remember that time.
5 seamers in the West Indies. Yeah, it must be over 8, because there's no other reason for it. But look, Manners, I'm with you. You know, again, West Indies in such a strong position. Why on earth would you give England anything? Over 8 or not?
And
if you win the game in 3 days, you've got to, you can kind of argue the point that you still got 2 more days to get your overs in.
Anyway, just to recap on the match situation, the West Indies had a phenomenal morning session. I'm sure it exceeded their wildest hopes and expectations. They resumed at 232 for 8 and batted. They refused to yield those last 2 wickets until the 20 minutes into a postponed lunch break. Kemar Roach caught down the leg side for 25 by Ben Foakes off Saqib Mahmood, and then Jaden Seals, the number 11. He faced 59 balls before he was caught and bowled by Joe Root, but not before he had accompanied his great friend and club teammate Joshua De Silva to an unbeaten 100, his maiden Test century from 257 balls. Chris Woakes finished with 3 for 59, Craig Overton 2 for 81, Saqib Mahmood 2 for 45,
and Ben Stokes 2 for 48. Jack Leach bowled 21 overs, none for 49. England had a deficit then of 93. It was 28 overnight. There'd been much talk and hope and maybe even expectation that they could keep that to below 40, but it was 93, and then numbers 2, 3, 4 and 5 failed to reach double figures. Crawley went for 8, Joe Root for 5. Root for the second time dismissed by the gentle-ish medium pace of Kyle Mayers. This time caught at second slip. Dan Lawrence left a Mayers delivery which bowled him, and Ben Stokes also fell to Kyle Mayers, who has currently figures of 3 for 7 in 7 overs. Drinks break's been done, and Alzari Joseph is back into the attack, and he begins with a quick delivery which bounces outside off stump. Alex Lees goes for the pull shot, but makes well, he went for the pull shot in rehearsal after he had pulled out of the pull shot. He got into position and it got a bit high on him, so Lees played no shot, but then afterwards rehearsed a decent looking slow motion pull shot. He's 25 from 114 balls, and Zari Joseph into him again. This time he bowls a similar delivery, doesn't bounce quite as much, and is pulled successfully by Lees to the substitute fielder Vasami Pamal.
Yeah, it looks far more comfortable, doesn't he, with the bowlers coming over the wicket. Apologies. Just early on, losing his off stump slightly, looking to sort of push on the offside into the cover region, but looked like he could edge it at any point, but fought through that period, and now we're into the 40th over. Of course, this whole test match from around now, it started to, or the wicket certainly flattened out, the ball's got softer, so England will surely be thinking, right, let's get these 15 runs, get level, and build a bit of a lead, and let's see where we end up. Funnier things have happened, Manners.
Exactly. No, I'm beginning to see the possibility now. It's quite hard to see England getting back to the test match when they collapsed to 39 for 4, but I can see a possibility now. Here's Alzari Joseph, bouncer again, and Johnny Bairstow ducks underneath it. So we've got 20 overs left. We won't get all of them.
Do you know why we won't get all of them in?
What is bad light?
Because West Indies are behind the rate.
Yeah, I know, but let's say
12 overs an hour, says Gary Morgan.
We've got we've got an hour and 5 minutes to go. So let's say we get 17 overs. England could be leading by 50. Here's Alzari Joseph again, punched off the back foot by Bairstow, out towards cover. And if these two are still together, Bairstow makes another 100. He's already made a second innings 100. No, that was the first innings 100, sorry, in the first test match. And England, I don't know, get to 320, 330, 350, leading by 250, or between 200 and 250. West Indies have to bat last. It's
200, 250. Mate, I'll bite your armour for 150.
Here's Alzari Joseph, leg side, and left alone.
Is there enough time?
Alex Lees.
Enough time for them to get 250?
There's 2 days after this, gents.
Just look at the scoring rate. Again, I'm going to ask you, is there enough time to get 250 in front? Especially at this over rate.
All right, no, there isn't. Oh, okay, that's no, there isn't. But then it could get 200 ahead. England could be bowled out for 300. I could see. I mean, that's an exceptional performance. And Bairstow needs to score 100. Really, Alzari Joseph in once more, chopped away, square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. I can also see England losing by lunch tomorrow.
Yeah, the 200, 250 mark for me is it might happen. Of course, it might. We've seen some very odd stuff going on in this test match so far.
I did say I've got a vivid imagination, and that's it.
Give me 150.
150 ahead.
Give me 150. Something to bowl at. With the wicket deteriorating, new ball. Wokes, Mahmood, and Overton in the nets, just working on their lines and lengths, and you've got a chance.
Jack Leach, the second innings specialist.
Jack Leach
spinning a web.
How many wickets would you need to be down for how few runs? Like 7 for 40 before you would say? I mean, the way that people have scored with the old ball and this, do you know what I mean? They need to be like 9 for 25 before you feel comfortable.
I was going to suggest earlier that we should just reverse the batting order.
So people have suggested that for this wicket, it actually makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Yeah. Not the new ball, but that period between the 20 and 40 over mark. Who is better suited in world cricket than Kemar Roach or Jack Leach to just prop on the front foot for that little while?
It's unconventional. I like that. England scoring at 2 and over at the moment. 79 for 4 off 40 overs, and Jermaine Blackwood is continuing with really innocuous and gentle off spin, which Johnny Bairstow be thinking I could take 20 off any one of these overs, but he's not going to take that risk because he props forward again, drops it away defensively on the onside.
Can't believe you're having a go at Blackwood, who broke the big partnership in the first innings.
What, with that cunning long hop?
Yeah, the cunning wide long hop.
Here is Blackwood again, and this time Bairstow. he picked a bat up there like he just wanted to split the ball and hit it so hard, and then he just brought it back down softly and played it gently and defensively out on the onside. Here is Blackwood once more, and punched again off the back foot by Bairstow out towards mid-wicket. He does... Joshua De Silva's piping up behind the stumps now. Johnny Bairstow's got way more shots than this. Blackwood in again. Bairstow allows that one to spin off his pad out past short leg, and there's no run.
I think that might be a bit of a hangover from De Silva's innings. I think Bairstow was getting stuck into him for his low strike rate at various points.
There was a leg by the way. Johnny Bairstow, as I said, was more or less allowed it to spin off his pad, but took the leg by. It bounced quite a way away. England trailing by 13 now, as Blackwood is in once again, and that's punched away off the back foot up towards mid-on, and there is no run. In a moment, we'll be crossing to Samuel Badry and Mark Butcher to pick up commentary. But for now, more on the possible scenarios in this game and whatever else he's got from Jared Kimber, and it'll be Matt Pryor.
Don't put your mic down yet, Matt. In a second, you can do it. Kieran from CrickViz has sent this through to me. I was interested, you were talking about the around the wicket and how much it looked like Lees was struggling when they were coming around the wicket. As I said before, no one in the world cricket bowls around the wicket more than Kemar Roach. No one's better at it, and he dominates left-handers. So I thought it would be interesting to look at the first-class career of Alex Lees and see if he struggled with it as much. Since the start of 2020 to the last couple of years, over the wicket he's been averaging 36, and around the wicket he's been averaging 42. So he's actually done far better when bowlers have come around the wicket to him. And domestically, Alzari Joseph comes around the wicket. It's a big swing. There might be an edge on that. And Joseph goes up and he's out. They put the field back on the leg side. Joseph banged the ball in. It didn't get up. It sighed its way through. And a little inside edge just carries through to Joshua De Silva. And Bairstow is out. Well, he was looking for those shots. De Silva, he got one from Bairstow and he's gone.
This is astonishing batting for me. We'll have to pick the point up about Alex Lees later on, because Alzari Joseph has got the breakthrough here for West Indies. It was the plan again, short ball theory, round the wicket, leg side field set, and Bairstow has fallen for it. He almost cleared his left side. Completely out of character, and certainly what England didn't need. Of course it's led to his downfall, but to play that shot and try and take it on, the ball went short from Joseph, didn't get up that high. Bairstow cleared his front side, tried to pull it to the leg side. All he ended up doing was getting an under edge through to the keeper, and that is a massive wicket at this stage for the West Indies. England now 80 for 5 as Ben Foakes, the wicket-keeper, comes out to bat.
Johnny Bairstow made 22 off 82 there, and he would have known, Jade, 100% that was going to be short. Joseph's coming around the wicket. They had a short leg in. They had at least 2 catches out on the leg side as well. He knew what was coming, and it wasn't a particularly brutal short ball, if we're being honest.
think that's often the case. You see that field set, the round the wicket approach. I guess as a batter, you know what's coming, so you almost set yourself for that. And it looks like Johnny Bairstow had a preconceived idea about what shot he was going to play before the ball was even delivered, and I'm sure Matty can comment on this. That's probably his undoing there, whereby he's assumed it's short. He's already preempted he's going to play a pull shot, and played a pull shot regardless of where the ball ended up.
The ball didn't quite get up as much as he thought it was going to get up, but that line, probably not ideal to play that shot, Matty. Is that fair?
It's a bad shot. It's a bad shot. The position England are in right now, you know what's coming. It's round the wicket, short balls. You know, you look at the field, they've got two men behind square, fine leg, deep square leg, about 20 yards behind square, another deep square leg just in front, mid-wicket. The same field for Ben Folkes. About to set up for his first ball now.
Catching short leg just in front. Square there, and this is where this ball goes, and it's turned away. It might have been fumbled by the short leg, and it goes out to mid-wicket, but he banged that into the pitch again, Joseph, from around 136 kilometres an hour. And Ben Folkes goes back and across and turns that into the leg side safely. That was Joseph's first wicket this innings. He's got 1 for 19 off 7.2. Interesting that they've gone with the same field, considering it's a new batter.
I was just about to say, very rarely would you walk out and your first ball be round the wicket bounces. Usually you'd say, right, new man, let's get a bit more orthodox. 2 slips in, gully, ring field, trying to tackle the top of off, but no, not Joseph this time, not the West Indies. They're remaining with round the wicket with the short ball theory.
Short, down leg side, there's a bit of glove there, but he beats leg slip as it just trickles down to fine leg. He played a bit of a pull shot to that in the end, and it goes down. It gets Folkes off the mark. Does it get Folkes off the mark? It does. He's got 1 run. I thought that must have been off the glove or something there. Yeah, well, I think this might be partly because they think, and Jade, you played with Ben a lot, they think, especially in the West Indies, that he's not particularly in love with the short ball, is maybe the best way of putting it.
You know what, I heard and read that somewhere, and it actually caught me off guard and by surprise.
Because you bounced him in the nets for years.
And yeah, he flat bats me in front of square with no bother whatsoever, but that's not saying much to my 75 mile an hour bouncers.
Joseph short at Lees, who pulls this down to deep backward square, and Blackwood fields it, and they're just going to take 1.
So that was surprising, and certainly what Matty says there, it's not often you see that as a batter comes out to the crease to see a field and greeted by that sort of field, but having had experience of playing with him, Ben Folkes usually deals with the short ball pretty well. He tries to ride it as much as he can, tries to get on top of the bounce, but we know a pitch that's too paced in nature, playing those sorts of cross-batted shots can be quite dangerous, so hopefully he's got to be watchful early on, that is for sure.
82 for 5. Alzari Joseph round the wicket to Folkes. He gets inside the line. That was pitched outside leg, stayed outside leg, and De Silva mops it up as Folkes walks to off stump, really, to leave that. Listening to TalkSport 2 with Jared Kimber, Matt Pryor, and Jade Dernbach. Scores 82 for 5 with England trailing by 11 runs. Earlier this over, obviously, Bairstow going out playing, I think it's safe to say, premeditated pull shot.
Oh, very much so. And that's why it was such a disappointing shot. Quite frankly, having fought so hard for that innings, looked very controlled.
Leg slip in, it's short, and he whips this off his hip, does Ben Folkes, to one of the fielders out in the boundary. Kyle Mayers comes around, they come back for 2. I tell you what, that's not far away. I think he's just got in, but they're going upstairs, and the West Indians think they have run out Ben Folkes, coming back for a 2. Joe Root has his head in his hands. He cannot believe what he's just seen.
And I agree with the West Indians. I think he's struggling here. Ben Folkes, it was his call. Played a nice shot off his legs. Another short ball out to the man, a deep square leg. Went immediately for the second. I think he's struggling here.
This looks a disappointing situation from an England point of view, and certainly being a Surrey man, we're having a look here, and he's out.
And he's 2 yards out. What put me off was the throw. It was a really high throw, and De Silva had to bring the ball all the way down. It didn't matter. It was a bad throw, but De Silva did great work, and as you heard, he is out. Ben Folkes has run himself out on his 4th ball. It was an unnecessary run. There were 2 fielders there. They were always near each other. And he knew exactly what that field was when he went out to bat. It just seems odd that he would take that fielder on.
What's the saying, gentlemen? 1 brings 2, isn't it? That's what we often hear, isn't it? And that's what we've seen from an England point of view here. Not what we needed. Ben Folkes is strolling back to the dressing room. Like you say, having scored 2 of 4 deliveries. But it's one of those where we say the situation depicts how people play. Round the wicket theory bounces. There's a bit of energy from the crowd. Ben Foakes may have been caught up in that for a moment, Matty P.
Absolutely, and the pictures we're seeing here, the cameras pan straight to the England dressing room, just in time to catch Joe Root putting his head in his hands, as if to say, what now? Really? Can we do what? Honestly, I'm kind of in disbelief here. Fighting for a test match, fighting for a series. You've got the batsman in, Johnny Bairstow, his premeditated swipe across the line, under edges it through to the keeper, and then Ben Foakes runs himself out needlessly. What's the value of coming back for the second run at this point?
Absolute chaos here. And I have commentated 1 over in this entire series, and I've got 2 wickets from it. I have the best strike rate. There's only been about 9 wickets in this entire series, and somehow I've managed to get 2 and 1 over, Matty.
Typical Australian.
Why don't you two have a break? I'm going to have a break from the biggest over so far in this entire tour, and I'm going to go over to Steve Harmison and Samuel Badgery.
Thanks, gents. What a action-packed over that was from Alzarri Joseph. Really bringing things back in the favour of the West Indies, if it wasn't so before. Kalmia's into the attack now, round the wicket, to the left-handed Lees, full on the stumps, pushes it back to the bowler, no run. Steve Harmison, that run out.
Wow, Matty, I'm in disbelief. I can't believe what I've been watching. I really can't. Crawley goes at a ball, wouldn't hit another set of stumps outside off stump. Root plays miles away from his body, 73 mile an hour bowler nicks it straight to slip. Lawrence left a straight one. Stokes leaves a one. Bairstow's gone and tried to pull a ball when you're 10 runs behind, 5 wickets down.
Outside the line of the off stump from Kyle Mears, goes through to the wicket keeper, no run, 83 for 6 it remains.
And what Ben Foakes was thinking there, the ball was ball's in the West Indian fielder's hand, Kyle Mears' hand, when Ben Foakes has decided to turn and go for the 2. So I wouldn't say this has been great bowling from the West Indies. That is just complete and utter capitulation from England. And Joe Root, he's got his head in his hands, and he's got good right to. He's contributed to it, I must admit.
Mears once again on the line of the stumps, confidently on the front foot. Alex Lees pushes it to the fielder at backward point, no run the result.
But from a West Indian point of view, Samuel, they've bowled good areas, they've bowled test match lengths, relatively straight. I think they had to work too hard for these 6 wickets they're getting so far.
Yeah, absolutely. You look through that lineup like you mentioned there, every one of those wickets essentially a gift in what is a series defining match, and Mears in once again around the wicket, confident defensive prod from Alex Lees, goes over to mid wicket, no run the result.
And local fans that have come into this game, and they've getting more and more as the day's gone on. They've been treated to a good day's cricket. We had the Prime Minister on the pitch at tea time, Junior Murray walking around the Commonwealth torch for what's happening next year.
And once again outside the line of the off stump, this time watches it go through to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, no run.
And the people of Grenada have treated us royally well since we've been on this Spice Island, and fortunately for the West Indies players, the England players are duly obliged with what possibly could be 2 days on the beach before they go home.
And that would be absolutely welcome for many of the players, many of the people at the venue as well. This one is on the line of leg stump, worked away to mid wicket to Jermaine Blackwood, no run, brings the over to an end, a maiden over that was 43 overs into this England second innings, 83 for 6. England still trailing by some 10 runs, and you're quite right, Steve Harmison, that local fans, they've been enlivened by what they've witnessed in that previous Alzarri Joseph over, and quite against the run of play. Johnny Bairstow and Alex Lees were going along quite nicely, seemed to be untroubled, nothing really challenging them. Alzarri Joseph and the West Indies deciding to go with that short ball plan for a few overs, a little bit of chirping from Joshua De Silva just to try to get under the skin of Johnny Bairstow, and it seemed to have worked. That swipe came from absolutely nowhere. He was hitting into the win one. There were fielders positioned in the deep two, and you're trying to bring your team back into contention in this test match. That wicket was so crucial. In the end, a wicket nonetheless for Alzarri Joseph and the West Indies, and they continue to dominate this third and final test match. Joseph comes in once again round the wicket to Chris Wokes. Works this one away down to deep backward square and gets off the mark. The lead now into single digits.
Yeah, looking at what Chris Wokes has done, that was carbon copy of what Ben Foakes did. Shot he played a little bit squarer, not much squarer, and I'm not sure if it was a sign of intent. Foakes wanting back on strike and showing that he wanted to be proactive and busy at the crease. It was a bit like the rest of England's batting.
Joseph in once again, short delivery, pulled away straight to the field, short mid-on, almost a straightish mid-wicket. No run the result, but that shot was pulled with some authority from Alex Lees. He seems to be prepared to take on the short ball, has played it quite nice so far.
I don't think he minds the short ball. I think that's a scoring option for him. 126 balls into his innings, he feels as though he'd be seeing it nicely, so I don't mind him having a go at it if he feels as though that's the area he feels as though he can score.
In once again, Alzarri Joseph short, pulled away this time, finds the gap.
No, Jaden, no!
Jaden Seals cannot prevent them from coming back for two.
Gonna run out another
We
one.
were just talking on air, Matt Butcher and myself, Steve, about possibly what sort of target England would be looking to set when Johnny Bairstow and Alex Lees were at the crease, and we were talking about something upwards of 150. At this stage, that seems such a long way away.
It's a very long way away, but when you look at how England had got themselves and wrestled the initiative back after the first 4 wickets had dropped, and where this test match has evolved in this last session.
Joseph in round the wicket, full outside the line of the off stump. A prod from Alex Lees, goes forward of square on the offside just for a single, and brings Chris Wokes back on strike. 87 for 6 now.
It seems as though that the best time to bat in the test match so far, the last session, I think, and they're averaging 99 runs per wicket, where it's 13 runs per wicket in the middle session. That England had done the hard part. They'd worked, in a position where they could get into the last hour and really sort of try and ram home the advantage of the partnership Lees and Bairstow had done. So that makes it even more frustrating from an England fan that the shot selection and shot execution that Johnny Bairstow decided to take on.
Still around the wicket, Alzarri Joseph, short delivery, evasive action from Chris Wokes, goes through to the wicketkeeper. No run, forward, short leg gully, mid wicket, deep forward square, deep fine leg. The fielders on the leg side, on the offside, point on the boundary. Third man, a few meters off from the boundary for that slash that might go in the air. A gully and a very short mid-off. The fielders on the offside for Chris Wokes. As Alzarri Joseph on the top of his mark, strides in around the wicket once again. Short delivery on the legs, worked away towards fine leg, just beats the fielder at that leg gully position. Jason Holder comes through for the single, brings it over to an end. 88 for 6 now England, and they still trail by 5 runs, 4 wickets in hand. And you're quite right, Steve, that in this session in particular has been the easiest of the 3 to bat, to score runs, as we've seen on days 1 and 2, and certainly that was the trend when Alex Lees and Johnny Bairstow were at the crease until that inexplicable shot.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and the conversations would have been, you mentioned before, it's how many can England get to set up a game here on the 4th innings, 4th day, this 3rd final deciding test match. And I think it's been bounced back into the West Indian favour of 5 runs ahead, 6 wickets down. If England could have gotten a lead of 125, 150 or above, then England have had frailties in the top of the order again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 of the top 6, 5 of the top 7 with single figure scores. Same in the first innings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 again in the first innings, and the West Indies are the same. So it would have been an interesting duel if England could get to a lead of 3 figures and above. But at this minute in time, it looks a hell of a long way away.
Mears in from the Darbo end. Chris Wilkes defends on the front foot, pushes it to Craig Brathwaite in that extra cover region. Short extra cover, 2 slips and a gully for the right-handed Chris Wilkes. Kyle Mears has been exceptional in this test match with the ball, picking up 2 wickets in that first innings. Has gotten 3 so far in this one, and 3 critical wickets as well, picking up the wicket of Joe Root twice in the same match. And we've seen how productive Joe Root can be in those previous 2 test matches. He's coming in once again over the wicket, beats him all ends up, dies on its way through to Joshua De Silva, didn't carry on the full but beats the outside edge of Chris Wilkes.
The thing that Mears has done really well is that he's held his length perfect. He's bowled that good length and around that ball, the red zone. When you watch it on TV, and there's a green which is obviously short of a good length, and the red zone, it's a good length there, and that's what he's done really, really well. He's not tried to be too funky.
And once again, outside the line of the off stump, plays it comfortably. And Chris Wilkes through to the offside. No run the result. It's a packed offside field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fielders on the offside for Kyle Mears. And I think England can't take heart from the fact that the West Indies in their first innings, they were 95 for 6 when Joshua De Silva came out to bat, and they were able to get up to 297. And if there's any form of inspiration that can be had from that, they'll have to eke out every bit of it. This one is on the line of the stumps, and Chris Wilkes is prodding on the front foot, works it away on the onside, just foul of square. No run the result. 125.5 kph from Kyle Mears. Best figures in Test cricket so far in this Test match. 3 for 7 so far. Prior to that, 3 for 24 against South Africa in St. Lucia 2021, and 3 for 28 against South Africa in that Test series, which South Africa won 2-0 here in the region last year. Outside the line of the off stump this time, pushed away, will get 1, will come back for 2. Another couple of runs to the score, takes the tally now to 90 for 6. Chris Wilkes goes up to 4. Alex Lee's not out on 30 out of 128 balls.
He's more than a part-time bowler, Kyle Mears. He's somebody who, I think when he was selected, it was a batsman who could bowl a little bit. He was talked about as a part-time bowler, but I think he's proven in this Test match that he's more than that. Not because he's got Joe Root out twice, but I think the way he's held length has been very, very good. He's been perfect for this surface. He hasn't gone too full and gone floaty. Can't afford to go too short, so I think he's asked questions of the batsman in and around that off stump and challenged techniques that England have been lacking.
On the line of the leg stump this time, pushed away to mid wicket, well fielded by Nkrumah Bonner. No run. Shama Brooks rather, no run the result. Brings the over to an end. 90 for 6. England 45 overs into their second innings, still trailing by some 3 runs. Kemar Roach, no wickets for him in the second innings. Kyle Mears, like I mentioned, 3 wickets. Jayden Seales picking up 1, Alzari Joseph picking up the other, and of course that run out of Ben Foakes. We were just discussing all of the wickets that have fallen so far have been avoidable or preventable. And some loose strokes, some indifferent strokes from the English batsmen. And this is such an important innings, series on the line. England, remember, have won only once since 1968. That one victory came in 2004. The West Indies have such a rich legacy, rich history against the English, particularly here in the region. Alzarri Joseph over the wicket this time. Short once again. Fended away to that fielder position in leg slip, leg gully. John Campbell, no run the result.
Yeah, just a little tweak to the field from Craig Brathwaite. Now we've got 3 men on the leg side. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and obviously at fine leg. John Campbell's positioned himself at leg slip, but he's also got Nicky Mabona at mid-wicket, just in case there's just a mistimed pull.
And once again, short, pulled away. Look quite comfortable on that short ball, I must say, Alex Lees, and you'd expect an opening batsman to be quite proficient at playing the short ball. But it is a concerted plan from the West Indies. Nothing was going their way with the traditional line and length on the surface. A message came out. Substitute Versami Pumal had a conversation with Craig Brathwaite and Alzarri Joseph, and immediately they implemented this short ball plan, and they got the results soon thereafter. Alzarri Joseph is one of those bowlers, the fastest in this game, who can bowl that length consistently, hit that pitch hard, get the ball to come above the batsman's waist, chest area, shoulder area, that uncomfortable region. In once again, this time it's played awkwardly by Chris Woakes, just tried to whip it down to fine leg and gets the boundary in the end. So not exactly where he wanted it, Chris Woakes, but he'll take it nonetheless. England now trailing by just 2, 95 for 6 the score.
Yeah, just a faint tickle off, I think, the thigh pad, of Chris Woakes. Goes down to the fine leg. Didn't quite get up from Alzarri Joseph, going down the road of, the bouncer road that the West Indies feel that Chris Woakes is susceptible. He's had a 40 in this series so far. As a TalkSport listeners, join us as decider.
Joseph short, fended away, similar direction, well fielded by Kyle Mears in the end, and that boundary of the previous delivery got England ahead, and now they have a lead, albeit a very slim one at this time. They want to push that as far as they possibly can. Some 13.2 overs left in the day's play, a long time, lots of time remaining. Time is now 4:53 p.m. local time. The sun sets relatively late, so we will have, I suspect, enough time to get that 13 overs in. 97 for 6. England leading by 4.
Yeah, good bit of fielding there. Third umpire just checking to see if it went for 4, but no, it stayed as just 2, and Chris Woakes is now crowded even more. Short leg slip, fine leg on the boundary. Alzarri Joseph with a short ball tactic.
Another short one, good pace. Joshua De Silva had to take that one. Reverse cup. Alzarri Joseph showing that aggression, and Chris Woakes seemed content to try to fend it away, not taking any evasive action, but actually playing at those deliveries.
It's interesting that he stayed around the wicket. I thought he could have gone over the wicket and gone even more at Chris Woakes' body and used the angle. Chris Woakes, he's not a ducker. He doesn't try and swing. He stands up and plays it.
Jason Holder waiting in leg slip, short delivery once again. This time he allows it to go through comfortably through to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. 97 for 6 England. Overall lead of 4 at the moment, 4 wickets in hand. England, of course, for those of you who are now joining us, got bowled out for 204 in their first innings. West Indies getting up to 297. Overall lead of 93, and now England in their second turn at the crease, 97 for 6, which means that they're 4 runs ahead and just those 4 wickets in hand. Still lots of cricket to be played in this game. West Indies in control, in command, looking to get another wicket in, see how many more they can get before the close of play, possibly shut England down on the 3rd day and really set this game up on day 4. But it's been an excellent performance from the West Indies batsmen, in particular today. Joshua De Silva getting to his maiden Test match 100 and partnerships with Kemar Roach, and then a magnificent last wicket partnership with Jayden Seales to see him over that line. He's had 3 half centuries before, not able to carry on. This time he did. Mayers round the wicket to the left-handed Lees, who is on the front foot, is pushing it to mid-off, no run the result.
Yeah, Alex Lees has been standout apart from the England batsman. Very simple technique, back and forward. Loses his balance every now and again, which puts that vulnerability in and around that front pad. Kemar Roach exploited it a couple of times.
First slip, fourth slip, fifth slip, and cleaned him up. That one kept low. That man again, Kyle Mayers. You can't keep him out of the game. On the stumps, on target, and the off stump goes for a walk. And the stubborn resistance from Alex Lees comes to an end.
Joe Root on our screen now looking in disbelief, and it was going to take something special to get rid of Alex Lees. He's been resolute in defence, really has valued his wicket, just like Joshua De Silva and the tail end batsmen so far in this innings. The top order batsmen have been woefully shown up from a technical point of view, but that one there going around the wicket from Kyle Mayers, just kept low. Talked about right at the start of each day, Samuel Badri, and you do pitch reports out there and talked about the cracks in and around that good length. If you hit it hard enough, well, you will get some uneven bounce, and ball probably expected to hit the lower third of the bat of Alex Lees has gone straight underneath, hits the off stump, and Kyle Mayers, what is that? 4 for 9 off 9.2 overs. Yes, 4 for 9. Best figures in a test match. And what a selection it has been from the West Indies selectors to leave out Vasami Pamal. Strengthen the batting with Kyle Mayers, and he's turned up with the ball. Fantastic test match.
Absolutely, from Kyle Mayers. Career best figures for him now, and he's turned this game on its head. That ball just creeping under the bat of Alex Lees. Very well set. Spent a lot of time out in the middle. Knew the conditions, knew what the bowlers were doing, but this one just crept under his bat. Absolutely nothing he could have done with that one to keep it out. And Kyle Mayers, the magician with the ball, Magical Mayers, picks up another wicket. And England are in dire straits at the moment. 97 for 7. Lead by just 4 in this series defining contest, the final of this 3-match series. First 2 games ended in tame draws, but this one has had a lot of life, lots of excitement, quite invigorating and captivating, and the home fans are absolutely loving this. The noise, the excitement in the air, quite palpable here at the Grenada National Stadium, on their feet, clapping every time a wicket falls, and why wouldn't they be happy? Kyle Mayers into the new batsman Craig Overton for the first time over the wicket, this time 2 slips and a wideish 3rd slip, maybe a 4th slip. This one is beaten outside the line of the off-stump, play and miss through the wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, no run.
It's been an excellent display of bowling when the door became ajar. Again, talking about England's frailties of losing wickets in clusters and clumps. Look at the partnerships that England have had so far. One partnership, 41 of Johnny Bairstow and Alex Lees, but the rest 14, 14, 13, 0, 12, 3. England can't seem to get a foothold in this second innings, and largely down to the fact that the West Indies have bowled straight.
Mayers outside the line of the off stump, dives through, not for the first time, to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. Had to collect on the bounce and wasn't able to collect cleanly. He's had a few extras in this innings. Joshua De Silva, 19 extras in total, buys 13. Just that length and that line that we've talked about incessantly. and Steve Hamilton on a straight line, bring the wickets into play. You will get that odd ball that keeps low, and that's the wicket taking ball. Mears in once again over the wicket, down the leg side. A stifled appeal from Joshua De Silva and those at the back. No interest from umpire Wilson. 97 for 7 it remains.
Again, Calmere striving for that straight ball, and every single pundit, anybody that was in this ground was saying this morning, you've got to bowl straight. England have got 2 wickets to get, and England bowl too wide, too short, too floaty, and the West Indies have given them a lesson on what lengths to hit on this surface. Anywhere near a good length and make the batsman come forward and play.
Final delivery from Calmeers. This one is played towards mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, no run the result. 97 for 7 after 47 overs. Overall lead by 4 for England, 3 wickets in hand. And I hand you over to John Norman in studio.
Well, thank you very much, Samuel Badri. And wow, where are we? 97 for 7 England in second innings. How has it come to this? We shouldn't be surprised. They were 90 for 8 in first innings, I suppose. But all the talk that we and all the investment that we have here on TalkSport 2 in cricket stats, Jarrod Kimber, you tell me where our dear Crickbiz were, where you were, where anyone was, stats or not, to suggest that today we would see Joshua De Silva hit a century unbeaten from 257 deliveries, and then Mayers take 4 for 9. I mean, this is the absolute beauty.
Mayers must be petrified at the moment. He's about to be woken up.
Well, I think we all feel like we're in a little bit of a dream, a recurring one, but it's still dreamlike.
Like the first 2 wickets in the first innings, fine. The ball's swinging around a little bit. He does that, and you're just like, I get that. At this stage, you would expect if anyone's going to cause havoc, it's going to be someone bowling 90 miles an hour into the pitch.
Like Joseph, who is bowling on the stumps and on the body of Wokes, who hops up inside the line and takes a single, 98 for 7, a lead of 5.
Because we saw Stokes was probably England's best bowler for a big period of time. It's whacking the ball into the pitch. Kyle Mayers is bowling at 122 kilometres an hour. There's no whacking into anything, right? It's incredible to have these figures.
The other surprising thing is that the statistics will tell you that it's the West Indies. Okay, they know the conditions better than England, but they've got more swing than the England bowlers. That's a fact. And their batting has been more obdurate than England's. It's been more disciplined than England's. Joseph in on the pads this time of Overton, who's yet to get off the mark. 98 for 7. They've shown all of the disciplines, West Indies, in this test match that you associate with England. You know, we sometimes fall into cliche when it comes to Caribbean cricket and the flamboyance and the flair and the, you know, the way that they go about their cricket. Well, you could just turn all that on its head, can't you, Matt? Because the complete opposite's happened.
The saddest thing for me is that in under 3 days of test cricket,
Joseph again, short delivery and warned by Overton, who will come through for a run. There's a shot that stumps at the striker's end, and some communication breakdown. I mean, another run out, and if Joe Root had his hands in his head in his hands after Ben Foakes ran himself out, you just have turned down all the microphones anywhere near the England captain if another England batter was to go in the same way.
As I was saying, in under 3 days, just under 3 days of test match cricket, England have found a way to get themselves in a losing position twice. The first innings at 114 for 9. They managed somehow to get themselves back into the game. Fought hard. West Indies at times allowed them back in as well. Some shocking decision making and tactics themselves. And then England now again have at 99 for 7 found themselves well behind the 8 ball. This is it's pretty sad stuff, really.
It's pretty damning that we're still surprised, I suppose, as well. It's we've plumbed some depths over the last few years, and still we find ourselves short delivery and pulled by Wokes. Just about over. I'm not sure if that bounced down or just looped up over the leg slip. Either way, it's another run. The 100's up for England, 100 for 7. They lead by 7. But, you know, how bad do things have to get before we You can't just accept it.
I tell you what is damning, is this isn't the Gabba. The really strong Australian attack of Warne, McGrath, Lee, etc., etc., etc. We're playing the West Indies, who, with all due respect, are a pretty ordinary team, and they are beating us convincingly here.
Yeah, in conditions which aren't okay. It's pretty sultry out there. The sun's been shining and it's been baking down on the strip, which you don't get too often. Short again and well fielded behind the stumps by Joshua Da Silva, diving to his left. Again, the ball coming off the body of Craig Overton, who he pitched it short against the likes of Campbell and some of the other West Indies batsmen when England were bowling, and he's getting a little bit back in his half, as it were. But, you know, these can, as you say, this isn't the WACA, this isn't Karachi, this isn't anywhere really where England should be struggling. These are conditions, bit of swing, bit of nibble, no real pace.
With the Duke's ball.
With the Duke's ball, where actually they should be okay. Short again and fended by Overton, will get off the mark.
I guess a question you've got to pose, or at least ask in this situation, John, and I'm sure many will say it in the sense of how many batters in the second innings have been got out. This is to depreciate a deficit in which we were in from a batting lineup, and we've got a batting lineup which have not been got out. I can 100% accept when you lose a game and you're beaten by the better side or conditions suggest otherwise. But unfortunately, once again, and this is where you're saying, John, is that you can't be surprised by it, because unfortunately, once again, England batters have not been got out, they've got themselves out.
Yeah, Jada, I completely agree. And, having spoken today, we're both people that want to champion good cricket. You know, if England lose because someone has bowled fantastically well, we want to talk about that and say, what fantastic bowling. But that is not the case right now.
Mayer's sniffing a fiver. He's got the smell of a fiver in his nostrils. Is forward, foolish, and Overton defends.
A stench.
Stench. There is a stench about this.
You wanted to know how unlikely this was. Look at the numbers a minute ago. In his first-class career, Ben Foakes has batted 200 times. He's got 33 not out, so 167 outs. That was his second run out. There was one at Guildford down Jade's Way in 2016.
This is edged and caught at third slip by Jason Holder. Overton goes fishing. Mayers gets his fiver. England lose their 8. And another England batter gets himself out rather than is chiselled out. And West Indies now are just 2 wickets away from yet another series win over a travelling England side. Abject again by England. Brilliance by the bowler. A juggle by Holder at third slip. And England are lurching from one crisis to another. 101 for 8 now. They lead by just 8, and Overton goes for 1.
Another disappointing dismissal there. It's so hard to continue to try to find some positives somewhere, but that's another waft outside the off stump to a 68 mile an hour ball, which was just straight up and down. And that's the undoing for Overton. He's wafted and been caught. And the big man Jason Holder in a third slip. It's just a little bit disappointing once again. No fight shown there. In a precarious situation. We see the talisman from the first innings, Jack Leach, walking out now. Can we expect the same or a little bit more from him? But should the job really be falling onto number 10 batter?
Well, here we go again, isn't it, with Jack Leach? I mean, Marcus Trescothick's done a fine job, but to expect Jack Leach to top score again in second innings, I mean, and even if he does, let's be honest, it is disguising, a paucity of approach, a paucity of technique and character and a lot of other things. I mean, this is up there, or down there, with some of the very worst that England have carved up. And I'm sorry to say that Mike Atherton in the Times ahead of day one, Lawrence Booth in the Mail after day one, both questioning Joe Root as captain. And for cricket journalists of that calibre to be doing so before the result of this test match was evident, I thought that was very telling indeed, because there is it's as though people are waiting for one to go. as Leach is back in defence and defends the first ball of Myers' spell, who has incredibly picked up the figures of 5 for 9. When we thought that first innings spell, which essentially set this match up, was an outrider, really. Well, he's come back and just shown that he's got way more to his armoury than we or anybody had really given him credit for coming into this test match. An inspired change, actually, as he is in wide of the crease, angling in on off stump and defended by Leach. He gets off the mark. Chris Wokes and Jack Leach at the crease. And, I mean, let's just take the drama away from this. England are going to lose this match at some point today or tomorrow. And the repercussions will be felt far and wide. And Joe Root's position is going to come under scrutiny.
I think it has to, unfortunately. You know, Joe's he's a great guy. He gives his all. He's a fantastic batter. His numbers speak for themselves. But the captaincy has really come under strain this week.
I think he might jump, to be honest, before he's pushed. I think watching Joe Root today in the field, he looked like a broken man, a bit beaten. He walked out to bat, and we know how, let's not for 1 second question his quality and class as a batsman, but it was a shot of a very, very tired man.
Last ball of the 11th over, bowled by Mayers, and it is left alone outside off stump. I think you might be right, Matt Pryor, because I think the only stumbling block for Ben Stokes to take over, there was 2 stumbling blocks. One was the IPL, and he isn't playing in the IPL this year, and the other thing is he wouldn't do it to Joe Root. But if Joe Root steps aside of his own volition, then I think Stokes may well pick it up. I tell you what, Matt Pryor, you give me your thoughts on that, and after you get your thoughts on that, for the remainder of the innings, we'll hear from Mark Nicholas.
Well, yeah, I think, and one bit of defence I'm going to have for Joe Root here is, yes, you have good captains, absolutely, and they have to be tactically astute, but tell you what, most of the best captains have had fantastic teams and players around them, and I do believe Joe Root has been let down by his players.
That's bouncer from Joseph, and he's bowled a fair few actually in this sort of what we call this late session here today. He had a period where he ran in, about an hour ago now, he ran in and tried to hit the pitch at the body, but it wasn't especially effective, and it looked as if England would probably get through relatively unscathed to the close, so dead was the ball on the pitch. But of course the drama in the last 45 minutes, amazing. And as for Kyle Mayers, 11 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 9, having got 2 for 13 in the first innings. Here's Joseph again, and Wokes looks to play a little flip, hook, pull, dab, punch round the corner, and he gets a single down to long leg. I sense Matt Pryor's beside himself, really, because he's very much a cricketer's cricketer, and I think you knew in Root's face when he left the field something deep and dark and about to happen, really. That was the feeling, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's tough because, amongst other things, Joe Root is also an ex-teammate and a friend, and you don't want to watch people go through that. As a cricket fan, you don't want to watch your team lose, and you don't want the captain looking like he has looked. But, as I say, you have to be support. You can't just be Root and Stokes all the time. They need support from the rest. You can have the best laid plans, but if the players
goes over his head, by the way, we've got to keep going ball by ball. It ducks the bouncer. Jack Leach, calm as ever. Yet to get off the mark, but it is Jack, so we can all hold hope.
You can have the best laid plans, but if you don't have the players to execute those plans, it's insignificant.
But you've also said they're talented players, so we need to.
Yeah, but talent isn't execution.
No, fair enough. That's down the leg side, and this is very much as Joseph bowled earlier. So he's coming over the wicket and bowling at leg stump. That was a little wide of leg stump at Leach's body with a leg gully and a short leg. and it's a good tactic, I think. It's a different thing for Leach to have to deal with from the orthodox stuff he dealt with in the first innings, and they're going to see how he plays when the ball gets big on him around his chest, and it's a hard thing to cope with. Needs a different mindset from Leach. He waits now, bat up, nice orthodox stance. In comes Joseph, and again that's too wide of the leg stump, so it's a wasted ball. He could also try that actually round the wicket at Leach a bit more and have a silly point in as well. That might be another option, but West Indies deserve enormous credit. Obviously we're focusing on England, but West Indies have played some terrifically thoughtful and character-driven cricket in this game. They don't look the best side in the world, and I don't suppose they would pretend that they were, but England have got some very good players. Two of England's best cricketers ever are in this team, and they've handled them with great skill. Joseph again now, the shadows lengthen, the sun that's also way down the leg side, but a full length, and Leach deals with that. The golden colour now of the evening light is just fabulous. I mean, obviously it's hard to see too much that's fabulous in England's cricket. 102 for 8 then at the end of that over. We're on TalkSport 2 and on YouTube. Matt, I know you had a bit more to say.
I did. I'm going to change tact, actually, and I think you've made a really good point there. We will talk about England a lot, but actually West Indies have played some fact. We've given them a bit of a jip as well. That they don't have the batsmen with averaging 45, 50, etc., but they found a way, and looks like they found a way to beat England. Examples like Joshua De Silva's innings. What a fantastic
That's the
100.
one, isn't it? That
Absolutely.
is Jade's nodding.
Fantastic.
That was from a bowler's point of view, he just gave nothing, did he?
Encapsulated everything I think West Indies cricket needed from this series, and they found a new star in Joshua De Silva. The way he went about his innings, the way he played, how he stood up for his team when it really mattered. That's what resonates with me.
Well, here's Mayers the Magnificent, just tucking himself in. He's got a cool hairdo, and he's going to bowl three slips, a backward point, an extra cover, a short extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and I think there's a long leg down there. 5 for 9 from 11 overs. My goodness, what Malcolm Marshall would have given for figures like that. Here comes Mayers to bowl now, and forward goes Wokes. Quite a gentle ball actually around off stump, and it runs off the blade to the gully. Then Wokes plays the whole shot again, as if to say, I nearly got it perfect, but this practice one is perfect. Jay,
I can't help but continue to go on the fact that we're a little bit astonished at Mayers' figures here, and I'm sure he is too. But one thing he hasn't done is miss his length. He's been so consistent with the length he's produced, ball after ball, whether it's coming in, going away, balls keeping a little bit low. He has consistently hit a good length.
Pitched up and straight. He bowls again, and that is worked by Wokes from very straight to mid-wicket for no run. Wokes has 9. 50 overs England have batted for, 50 overs and 2 balls for 102 for 8 on the back of a first innings when, you got to remember, they were in absolute disarray, this England side, and until that last wicket stand, 9 down for 114 when that partnership between Saqib and Leach began. So now Wokes drives a very straight full ball, and we see all the face of his bat. There must be a lot of lacquer on these balls, because all the bats have got an incredible amount of red bruising on the face of the bat.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? Leave a lot of marks on the face.
They really do, yeah. More than I can think of in other countries. Maybe it is this slightly modified Duke ball that they use in West Indies. Here's Mayers again, bang on, and I think the only thing I'd say about that ball, as Wokes pushes it to cover, is that on a different pitch and with a confident opponent, that would be hammered back past him. That's a good ball for driving, isn't it? But here, when the ball's... No, I'm not saying that it's bad bowling. He's bowling the right length for this pitch, because the ball doesn't get to you, and the situation you're in, you're wary of playing the big shot. That is the right ball for the moment.
Absolutely, and he keeps challenging defence. saying, go on then, if you want to drive me, have a go. 102 for 8.
Yeah. And another one, exactly the same, 3 in a row. None of them actually moving, which is why Wokes has coped okay. He's a big fella, is Kyle Mays. He got Dan Lawrence out, bowled, leaving it alone earlier in the piece. With one just came back in off the seam. An iota, I mean, it was always a brave leave. The old joke about there's only 2 types of leave. Well, that was the bad type. Bad and good, simple as that. But it's a cliche, so I won't dwell on it. England are 9 in front, just 9, 8 down, 9 for 8 effectively. Big man Mayers coming in now, a little wide of off stump. It's left alone. The ear stud or whatever he's got in his ear is caught by the sunlight and just flashes at us momentarily. And Wokes comes down to have a chat with Leach at the end of that over. 102 for 8 on TalkSport 2. We've seen an amazing afternoon really on the back of a 100 by Joshua Da Silva that Jay Dernbach was just talking about. Unbeaten 100 in 257 balls, and a splendidly emotional moment when he got there. A proud man indeed. And then 8 England wickets falling in a collapse that we've become so used to. It's difficult to make it sound different from the last one, which was only an innings ago. Lees made 31, which I think is what he made in the first innings actually. Bairstow 22. And other than that, well, not that that is something to shout from the rooftops about. Going to be Jaden Seals again.
Yeah, as you say, not a lot to shout about, but we find ourselves in the situation where we're relying on the ever-reliant Jack Leach with the bat once again. If we see some of his heroics from the first innings, from an England perspective, there might be something to bowl at, which is what we've got to claw onto from a positive standpoint. All these runs are vitally important. We've still got to go out and get them. And if you can get anywhere up near the 3-figure mark, which of course looks a long way away from now, but that's something you still got to have in the back of your mind with that positive approach to what's to come.
Can't be easy. Jaden Seals with figures of 1 for 23 replaces Alzari Joseph. Here he comes. And he too is going to bang it in, and it does bang in nicely and gloves the fending Jack Leach, but there's nobody in at short square point. And the consequence is he gets away with it. Excellent short ball, that.
Yeah, fantastic short ball, and I think this is a change of tack from the West Indies from the first innings, where Leach, of course, played so brilliantly. They tried to bowl full and straight at him, and he came back with his very simple technique, kept it out. I think this time they're saying, you know what, let's set the field, and we're going to just bowl bouncers at you. See how you go with that.
I don't know why there's a big delay here. Maybe it hit Leach's helmet, did it?
I think it did, because from the front it looked like it hit his gloves, didn't it? But from the back you could actually see the helmet move. So, and he's now taken the helmet off and he's got the gloves on, and here comes the team doctor. So definitely hit him in the head.
Oh no, hit him in the grill now, our producer said, which is I wouldn't have picked, I have to admit. So
yes, I think the grill pushed it into his face. Yeah, you can see now I think it's just gone into, the grill might have just hit him in the nose rather than the ball itself.
This is killing a bit of time till 9:30.
Every little counts.
Tactics. It's a bit of an anomaly, really, I think, in the playing regulation, isn't it, that overs don't have to be completed. Well, you get half an hour to complete your overs, an extra half an hour. Schedule closed 9 o'clock, but you can play till 9:30. But if the overs aren't completed by then, play ends. You get fined, but of course the spectator doesn't get the amount of cricket that he's expecting.
No, definitely. And there's no lights at this ground either, which is a bit of a shame when they redesigned this stadium that they didn't put any lights in. Also, if he does need a concussion substitute, I don't think England has another batter who's as good as him to replace him in the side.
Oh, he's a cruel man, this Jared Kimber.
He's the perfect batter for this pitch, is all I'm saying.
I tell you something about Leach that is worth us hanging on to. The reason he's played well in the first innings and is hanging on in the second innings is that his technique's good. He has a simple method. He plays within massive limitations and plays well. There's a lesson in that.
There certainly is, but from a West Indies point of view and perspective, I guess what's great to see is as a bowling attack, they are changing tact in the second innings. They saw what didn't work clearly in the first innings with Jack Leach. Someone, as we say, has got a good technique, comes forward, good forward defensive shot. they've decided to completely change that, Matty Pryor, and come in with the short stuff.
Yeah, and rightly so. I mean, you can't stand there and watch number 11, number 10, just bat for a session. I think they probably, as a group, had a bit of a chat about it, and probably Phil Simmons, the coach, would have said, "Hey guys, next time this bloke walks out, let's put it off him a little bit, see how he goes with that."
You like your history, Mark? Are you going to read out that tweet before I did?
No, you
message from
go
Gary.
for it. I was going to raise another massive subject, actually, but I'll save it while you go with history.
Just a very quick one. Mayers is the 10th West Indian to have scored 200 in a test match and also taken a 5-wicket haul in a separate test match, which seems incredible. There's been 10 West Indians that have done that, but Frank Worrell, Dennis Atkinson, Basil Butcher, Gary Sobers, Jimmy Adams, Carl Hooper, Chris Gale, a couple of part-timers there, Jason Holder, and Craig Brathwaite, of course, who took a 5 for one time. So there's a couple of part-timers.
That's the one for me, Brathwaite. What's that about?
I reckon he got 5 for against Pakistan and UAE or something.
Wow.
The moon ball.
I'll tell you what my next question is. It looks like Jack's okay. He's ready to go. His helmet's okay. He's tugging the gloves back on. He's got a big arm guard on. He's bespectacled, which they'd sell a bit at the charity auction, those specs. Here's the big question of the moment. Will West Indies take the extra half hour? Oh, says Pryor.
100%.
100%. I'm with you. We're going to be here into the small hours. No, not quite. But anyway, that's another bouncer, and back goes Leach right across his stumps and fends it as if his very life depended upon it. Excellent to see Leach in line after that blow to the head and showing as much courage as we expect from him.
I'll pick up on that point, Mark. Courage, as though his life depended on it. A lot of the sayings or terms we probably could have done with a few of the other batters doing.
I think you may be right. 102 for 8. Jaden Seals, just 20 years of age. And again they bang it in, and Jack is back, and Point does the fielding. They got the field dead right. Basically, they've surrounded him. And there's no escape if he gets it wrong. So, they're going to bowl certainly 4 of the 6, if not 5 of the 6, into the pitch, and then probably 1 up, hoping for the LBW. That would be they'll have to bowl it very full, given they're bowling over the wicket. If they come round the wicket, they can hit him in line, or rather pitch the ball. But the problem is that from over the wicket, they're likely to pitch it outside leg stump unless it's very full. Another bouncer, that one ill-directed and taken way outside off stump. It's a difficult thing to do. You take a tactic like this for granted. It takes a lot out of the bowler to get this right, ball after ball after ball.
Takes a lot out of the bowler on a pitch that's going through, okay, let alone a wicket like this where you're just getting nothing from it. Soft ball as well, 51, nearly 52 overs old. It's a fair effort, this, from the West Indies, the whole West Indian team, quite frankly. Bowlers in particular right now, and Seals.
Yeah, Seals running into Leach. Leach gets out of the way. He has switched to bowl round the wicket, which makes sense, I think, for 2 reasons. One, that LBW I was talking about. You've got a greater chance of getting him LBW if he hits him on the pads. And the other is you change the angle. The fend-off is ever so slightly different, isn't it? The angles are different.
Yeah, they are, and it's a different proposition for the batters, certainly, and they ball at angles down the leg side. It's easier to brush the glove of the batter. But picking up on your earlier point, when you've got a team 102 for 8, as a bowler coming in and being asked to do this job, you don't mind it so much. There's a lot to win.
That's clipped away nicely. They roar a little in the crowd because they saw it go in the air for a while, and it would have been a miracle catch from short leg. Actually, it was a pretty good shot from Leach, for which he got a single and is finally off the mark. End of the over. The lead is now 10, 103 for 8. A reminder that this is TalkSport 2. But we're also on YouTube. There's other ways to stay in touch with us. Of course, the TalkSport app. Just swipe left for TalkSport 2. We're on your smart speaker, the website, and also on, as I say, the YouTube channel, the TalkSport YouTube channel, where you can find us, and there's a ball-by-ball scorecard there as well. So lots of ways to stay with us. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage of the game. It's certainly been... It's had more to it, perhaps, than the Barbados match, though not greater play. You think of the hundreds the brilliant Stokes innings, and Root, of course, just as two, and then Brathwaite, the ultimate defensive performance. More about batsmen than bowlers it was in Barbados. Here comes Kyle Mayers, who's been the man. Oh, I thought that might have been an inside edge. It beats Jack Leach on the inside edge. He came round the wicket and landed it in this perfect spot. And the wicket-keeper, Josh De Silva, fell away to his right side, tumbled, taking the ball, and I think we expected an appeal, but there wasn't one. It beat him. Good delivery.
Just looked like a hint of reverse swing there from Kyle Mayers. It's amazing and astonishing to think a man of, as we've discussed before, limited pace, but he seems to be getting the most drastic of movement out of all the bowlers and just keeps finding the right area to put it in.
And he comes again to Leach, and Leach drives him firmly and straight, and mid on. Kemar Roach comes down around to do the fielding. It's the oddest thing about swing, isn't it? With a new ball, you have to bowl the right pace to swing it, and sometimes medium or medium fast is more likely to swing it than super fast. But reverse swing with an old ball, it's more likely to go if you bowl it quick, and it's certainly more dangerous if you bowl it quick.
Of course, absolutely, and we've seen many a great man do that before, but to say, Kyle Mayers has got his tail up, making a talk.
Oh, well done. He kept that out just. It kept it a bit low, actually, but he was back and he watches the ball so closely. Maybe those glasses are triple magnifiers.
Kyle Mayers is in his 11th test. In his first 10 test matches, he took 13 wickets, so he's taken 7 so far. So 7 of his 20 wickets in his career are in this match. I do remind you, he was an opening bowler quite a few years ago before he became a batter.
Again, Leach is back, and he actually rather cockily looks to work this leg side for runs. He's starting to feel like a player now, but still on 1 from 18 balls. Works has 9 from 23. This is the 52nd over. Since the 35th over, England have had 25 scoring shots. 22 singles and 3 twos. Matt Brass' face is a picture of disbelief. It's just not how Matt played. Myers again, long half volley, and is just prodded to mid-off by Leach, who of course is all about survival rather than runs, though survival is worthless without runs because the lead is only 10, but that's when I say the limitations of Leach. Jason Holder has come the whole way from the slip cordon to chat to Mayers, I should say. He's still, there's no doubt that since he gave up the captaincy, there's no sign of him absolving himself of responsibility. He understands that he's a senior player. He's a wonderful man, Jason Holder, and he keeps an eye on these kids that come into the side, even though he may no longer be captain of the side. It's a great credit to him. Mayers again. It's nice and straight, and so too is